What's good, everyone? Good Sunday evening. What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey.
Yo.
Good to see you guys. Thank you for being with me on this fine Sunday evening, man. As the weeks of summer are waning, a couple of more weeks to go, and it's another. Well, for you, Jeff, obviously in Vegas,
it's another 2.5 months.
It's to me, I see it as it's always summer for you. You know.
Hey, we got a cooling spell in over the weekend. It's only 100 degrees today.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that hurricane is nowhere close to me.
I heard that it's already weakened to Category 3, so I think everybody's going to be okay. You know, yeah. And it's still out, I guess, in the Atlantic somewhere. So I figure by the time it hits landfall,
fingers crossed,
might not even be a hurricane. Might be just a strong storm, you know.
I told you that somebody's house burned down around the corner from me, like while I was at Terrificon, so that freaked me the hell out. So yeah,
don't want any of that shit happening.
No, don't want that.
Yeah. So let's see who's here today. Who is here? A lot of people talking. It's good to see all you guys pop in and join us tonight. Lots of fun. Let's see what's happening. Man, you guys are talking a lot. Hydra, you still here? You were here early like you have been the last couple of weeks. Hopefully you'll be here if you're not already. Let's see. Lance, are you sticking around, Lance? Yeah, look at that. 3 of my favorites.
Lance.
What's good, buddy? What's good? And, of course, Tom, as always, what's happening? Look at that. Finally, something good is on TV tonight. Appreciate it.
Tom's had a lot of rain recently.
Who? What?
Tom's had a lot of rain there in North Carolina recently.
Oh, rain. Yeah. What's good, Hart? Good to see you. And Rubén got that Hulk cover. That's house money right there. Yeah, sorry to say, you can't be buying that for cheap. Rubén peas in bottles like Howard Hughes. I did see that movie, The Aviator. It was pretty good.
I don't go that far. I just do the Kleenex boxes on my feet.
Was that a Leo DiCaprio movie, or is that a different?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's the one.
I think I saw that one.
Yeah, it was good. It was long, but it was good. Yeah. Thank you, Vivian, as always. Appreciate it. Who else we got? Hellos back and forth from everybody. TJ, what's good? Greetings to you, Jason Ladwig. Hey, Jason Ladwig, you know, I was talking with Vivian in the kitchen earlier, and she said, "Oh, you have Kavi and Jeff tonight." I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Oh, so like you're like 2 most common friends you have." I'm like, They've been on a lot, but I've had others. I was like Jason Ladwig. He hasn't been on in a while, but he did a ton. Hart's been on a ton. You know, there's other guys. And so Jason just wanted to say it has been a while, so you should come on at some point if your schedule fits it. Don't want to push you or anything or make you feel guilty into having to do it. But it's been a while, man. I would love to have you. Hola. What's up, Brian? I hope you're in good health. Same thing for your mom and bro. And I'm glad you can make it, Hart. It's awesome. Yeah, since we don't see you regularly anymore, it's cool to see that you're going to hang out. Awesome. And, of course, greetings from the Jester. NSN. Budget so small, I don't even know if I can afford to watch the live stream. This is tailor-made for you, Mike. Let's see, who else? Yes, please, if you don't mind hitting the button down below, the thumbs up, I would appreciate that, folks. And hey, Jeffrey, Mr. Red Jack, evening. CJ, what's good? Hope you're feeling better. Once again, another 7 days. Hopefully that has helped you. Hope all's good. Hope you're good, Mike Asbill. Good to see you. Your budget is 0. It is these days when you don't collect anymore. That's awesome.
He's got a cap limit on number of pieces, so
yeah.
I assume that new stuff can come in, but he's got very strict criteria after he's slimmed down too much.
Well, it could come in. He always knows he can bring it in and then let go, right? Yeah.
But I suspect his criteria is pretty tight.
But the thing is that Hart, as far as I know, he doesn't really even look anymore. At least not much to my knowledge. So I think that helps in keeping it at 25 and 25, you know, which is, I guess, is good. I mean, if your whole fear, your whole idea is to stop, you're probably better. The best way to do it is to not look, you know. So, Rickster, what's good? Champagne tastes on a beer budget. Indeed. Well, I don't know if they're even champagne tastes.
Yeah, I wouldn't say champagne.
I would maybe like, if you're talking bubbly, I mean, maybe like soda pop tastes on a, you know, on a.
It could be that bottle that you find at, you know, the corner Walgreens or something that week right before New Year's.
Yeah, man. Lots of nice bronze art for under 300 still out there. You see, so that's it, Tom. If that's the case, you got really no bronze here. We actually have some kind of technically golden age shit, but you'll see what we mean when we show it. But if you're talking bronze superhero art for under 300, yeah, man. I mean, it's out there. The fact is, you know, it's out there, guys. But you know, I was going to get into this later, but I'll tell you right now, for those of you watching, you know, especially the complainers among you, and I don't mean to sort of say it as I used to complain too, whatever. So I know where you're coming from, but to be completely straight, if you're one of those people who is primarily interested in 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s art, and you are already saying, wow, like this stuff is too expensive, I can't afford any of it, then you're probably shit out of luck. I admit there's nothing I or Kavi or Jeff are going to be able to tell you to sort of, you know, find some way to be able to get that stuff. Like if you can't already afford it, it's over for you. I admit. Okay, we're going to admit that. Tonight is more about
shortcuts or cheap.
Yeah, for big two property stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what most, you know, the complainers, that's who they are typically, right? Guys who love Spidey, Daredevil, Hulk, or whatever from the you know, the 60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah, if you can't afford it, yeah, it's you know, but we're going to give you ideas of what you can do, you know, and with that superhero stuff, if you're not willing to expand and broaden your horizons outside of superheroes, there are still things you can do where it's like, if you love your favorite characters, okay, stop focusing so much on Amazing Spider-Man and, you know, give in to the fact that, hey, Spidey's still Spidey. Go down a level and maybe go after the Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man stuff if you're a Bronze Age guy from the 70s or the 80s. If that's too much for you, drop another step to Web of Spider-Man. You know, there's things like that you can do. You have to be willing, though, to expand your mind a little bit at the very least. Sticking with, I only love my favorite superheroes of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and that's all I want. Sorry, if you're going to stay thinking that way, this show is not for you. You definitely are out of the hobby at that point, I guess, you know? So that's it. So we'll get into some ideas. We'll show you guys and just things and you'll see the reasons we picked why we picked some of these things. Good, cheap fun. That's the main sort of theme of the show, I think, you know. Two major players telling us how to collect on a budget. Jeff and Kavi, he knows your major players. He said, he told me yesterday that he thinks you guys are trying to, you know, I'm trying to fool everybody by having you two major collectors on, pretending that you're on a budget, you know. What's up, John Brown? Good to see you. But we shall see. My dad used to drink Black Label beer. And was that cheap?
Yes.
Is it?
When it is
it's known as a cheap
beer and black letters on the side of the white can.
Oh, yes. Yeah? Oh, okay. I'm not a beer connoisseur. I don't know anything about that. What's up, Noel?
When your brewery is not up for paying for 3-color printing on the can, yeah, that's an offer.
I feel like this is the non-alcoholic beer comic art episode where it's right. Like
BO duels of comic.
You're not looking for a big buzz here. You're looking for some cheap fun.
What's good, Peter? What's good? Everybody saying hello. Hey, Levi still hasn't told me if your name is actually Levi, or do you go by Levy? But what's good, man? Good to see you again. What's going on? These guys are talking about Felix having a SDCC, or what's it called?
FCC.
Yeah.
Sounds like a European football club.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. You are here, Hyder. Nice. I love it.
Hey, CJ.
Switchcast. Too kind. Sketches. Not here, but I guess on Felix's con, I guess it's going to be all about that. You know, the 3 budgeteers. I like that, Mike. That's a good one. And if we do anything like this again, you know, I know you like to consider yourself a budget guy, Mike. You could be a guest on the next one. And Hyder.
Right here.
Huh?
He could be right here in this corner.
Right there, exactly.
Yeah.
Is it hot in Quebec today? It actually finally cooled off, and literally in the last 2 hours has gotten cold, believe it or not. And by cold, I mean, if I went out in this t-shirt, I'd be like, whoa, I need a jacket. It got cold. Really crazy. And it's going to be like this for the next several days, so I'm kind of happy. But it's weird. It's just extremes. It's either way too hot or suddenly really cold. Like, what about just normal, you know? Weird. No slurping tonight. No slurping. I might be drinking, though, but no slurping. Rain down here. Hey, what's up, Sean Clancy? What's good? Sam Maroney. What's good? Good to see you, man. And who else? Yevgeny, as always. Hey, what's good? What's good, man? Rubén talking in the kitchen as he's making root beer float. No, I didn't. I did not. Mikhail, Excelsior to you. What's good? Show Brandon. You do. Mikhail. Hey there, Mikhail. Blame it on the rain. Yes, sir. It's a good tune. I'm up for whatever schedule. Well, that's my point, though, Jason. That's my point. Ever since you told me, you know, your schedule kind of several months back there changed or whatever. Yeah. Rubén in the kitchen with Vivian asking if she can turn the lights on. Come on, TJ. Hi, Peter. Stamp size is the new sketch card budget. With some people, it's the only way to get budget prices. It's extreme reductions in the size of what you're getting.
If sketch cards were on the table, all of my picks would have been like Fred Hembeck sketch cards, and that would have been the whole show.
Well, I could have actually not picked Fred and gone a different direction.
Or other artists' sketch cards.
Yeah. Good to hear it, CJ, man. I hope it's helping. Hard strict. I offered him a free piece of art and he politely declined, but then it was from my collection, so that makes sense. Oh, did you really though? Let's just cut to the chase. Mono prints, am I right or am I right?
Yes.
I don't know about you guys, but the mono prints I've seen are the same prices as original art, so I wouldn't say mono prints are the way to go for budget collectors. You know, Archie art, that's one of them. You will see some
Definitely
of that.
Archie art.
What's good, Baki Poo Poo? Thanks, as
Michael.
always, for being here, Michael. Guys, what's Blue Line? It seems to be reasonably priced. It can be. It absolutely can be. Absolutely, for sure. And what else? I can't flip anything anymore. It's hard to flip, I know. There are always good deals you can get for cheaper prices. You just have to be vigilant and also quick on the draw, also time-consuming. And, of course, guys, keep in mind that when we say on a small budget, you know, you have no idea what we're talking about, right? It's all relative. And to people who are used to, let's say, buying things in the $3,000 to $5,000 per piece range, well, for you, budget buying may be $1,000, right? What we're talking about here tonight, honestly, is the vast majority of pieces. We're talking stuff that's like $200 or less, and only a smattering of pieces that are above 200.
I think I picked a lot of sub $100 pieces too for my picks.
I got a chunk of those as well.
Yeah.
So if you can't afford it, time to say puku. Shadow Luck is the name of my cap gallery. Nice. No, but that's it. So that's why I want to put that out there for those of you, who might be dreaming of, oh my God, are they going to show us some really cheap, superhero art? There is some superhero art. Anyways, we'll see very, very, very soon. Temu Spider-Man. I'm down on to Rugrats art, man. You can afford Spider-Man. Focus on mediocre Spider-Man. You spend time hunting and finding your artist much? Yes, finding your artist. Good. Thank you, Tom. That is one of the things I think it's necessary. It's a necessity. It's, again, it's all part and parcel of expanding, broadening your horizons, right? Like try to start looking at more contemporary art, different artists you normally didn't care for before. There's so many kind of ways to do it. Not necessarily that you're going to get superhero art from vintage eras for the values we're going to be showing tonight, but certainly for a lot cheaper than what you may currently have been buying for, So Levi it is. Thank you, Levi. Appreciate it. Lee 6. Just like the jeans. Got it. Appreciate it, man. Jumping in real quick. What's good? Nikki B. What's good?
Everyone's favorite Sonia at the end of the month.
Shortly. Let's see. Let me catch up here. So we'll skip the hellos. Oh, working on a 21 by 28 commission right now with about 24 characters in it, fighting it out. Wow. That's going to be interesting. Holy shit. Obviously, I don't expect you to say it publicly, but maybe privately. Curious to see what you would charge for that. Holy crap. That's wild. 24 characters. My gosh.
I wonder if that's Matt's.
That's
or if that's Daryl's. I know both of them. I think I've been talking to him about setting something up. I probably should do a Las Vegas trifecta.
Yeah, well, I guess Yevgeny's the kind of guy who he likes to show process scans. So I guess on Instagram we'll be seeing like bits and pieces here and there as he goes along. You can budget art on the EXP 3 days a week. There you go. Western. Hey, what's good, Murdoch? Murdoch doing the shake weights. Another practitioner of the shake weight. The matchup DC fighting Marvel. Nice. Okay, only 2 days a week. Fridays are a crapshoot. Nice. Archie art is one of the few exceptions of keeping it for 5 years to sell at a profit. Hey, listen.
That's not the point of this show.
That's not even the point of the show. And if you want more honesty, Sean, the vast majority of stuff like we buy, we're going to show tonight, if you have any designs on profiting by buying this type of stuff just because it's as cheap as it is, you better be holding it for way longer than 5 years. Like, honestly, you don't buy this stuff because you think, hey, it's so cheap. It must have so much room for upward movement. It's not necessarily the case. It's not always the case. So I'm just glad. The reason we're able to buy a lot of stuff so cheaply, even though some of it is, many years old, is because clearly there's not enough people who care about it to drive up the prices. So I think it's switching to La Boo. I think you should do it. 200 and less, and sometimes as low as $50 on Fridays at the EXP. Shameless plug. Indeed. Fun part is I get to research characters never seen before. It'll be interesting to see how you handle the characters you've never seen before. I've got a few EXP examples tonight. That's true. What a nice tie-in that is, right? What's the most obscure character in the piece? Okay, you're talking about your thing. Okay, what else? Nice thing about being more character-based collecting, my budget can be $25 for a sketch card. Yeah, that's right. That's a nice way to put it. I keep hearing myself. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, I got a little bit of an echo.
Some weird.
I'm not hearing an echo. Everything's fine on my end for you. Yeah.
Okay, that's really weird. In a weird way, like I can't hear and make out what I'm saying, but it's like these weird electronic, like the definition of like a blurry for visuals, but imagine
like distortion.
Yeah, like distorted voice. Yeah, exactly.
Weird.
Yeah, it's like
sounds okay to me, but
I just keep hearing whoop, 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 like after everything that I say, Very, very weird. Last Friday show gave away a $4,000 cover. Let's not be too exaggerating. But it was pretty cool. Jay Lee cover. In the early 2000s, I used to get a group of artists together at Emerald City Comic Con, and we get a table in Artist Alley and only charge $5 a sketch. We did 80 some sketches one year. That's fun. That's cool. Good for the fans, you know. Once it leaves the lot. Oh no, it's like a car leaving the lot. Yes, please, everybody, if you're here, please do hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. Carl's collection, what's good? And I'm almost just about caught up. Carl. Echo Archie, cheaper enough. The show came out. And all right, so let me quickly do. Last week, I forgot to just do a couple of thank yous for shout outs for some new subscribers. So just real quick, if I may. Shout out to Gabriel, Painting with Watercolors, Stockton. Gabriel, you might want to think of maybe shortening that. I don't know, just a suggestion. It's a very long name. But thank you for subscribing. And a couple of you anonymous people whose names I couldn't name drop because your privacy settings are not allowing me to see your names. But thank you, and I hope you guys enjoy whatever it is that you are going to see here on my channel. I appreciate that. Also, let me see here. Let me get this. So Carl, this is so crazy. Carl's been making appearances when he does. So he's been doing, and that's Carl Sodergren, for those of you who don't know which Carl we're talking about. Carl, you know, he does reviews on his site often about Transformers. And I think because he started being a guest on another channel, a comic book channel that you know talks and reviews Transformers comics. And I guess because of that, he's kind of shortening what he does on his own channel related to Transformers. But I'm dropping a direct link here to his latest video, which is the shortest video he's ever done. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Super quick review of the latest Transformers issue, number 23, I believe. So please do check that out. Only 2 minutes of your time. And what else we got right here? Let me get this here. So Stingray, Newell, our friend Newell, otherwise known as Stingray, has, you know, some of you may be following him on Instagram, and he occasionally lately has been doing these quick little video unboxings and stuff. But he decided he wanted to have a place to sort of, you know, keep all his videos in one place, easy to keep track of. And so he has joined the YouTube group of us, those of us who in this hobby, who are the few of us who do content for the fans. And he'll be doing reviews and other different types of ideas that he's got. So I'm putting this link, which goes directly, so you can see, to his homepage of his YouTube channel, which is called Stingray's Art Cove. And yes, indeed, it is Stingray's Art Cove, and not that he forgot to put the R for cover. So yeah, please do check that out. And yeah, man, if you love Stingray, if you love Newell, give him a subscribe. You don't need to subscribe to me, but maybe help him out and subscribe to his channel. You're very, very welcome. My pleasure, man. My pleasure.
I'm really hoping he brings Jason D'Ambrosio on and does a episode about actual live stingrays.
The love of stingrays?
That would be fun.
Live stingrays. Jason actually has some in his aquarium. So
got it. Okay, and I think the last one here is Nikki B, as always. And Nikki B, I did not. I checked your site less than an hour ago, and neither Kyle or Jay had set up your EXP episode as of yet for Friday. So what I will do is first pop in just the EXP for the homepage. So at least it's the homepage. You get a quick link there. But everybody, a quick reminder to please do check out, speaking of cheap budget art, Nikki B always has some. Every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific on the EXP. And for fun, I'll give you, I got no prices for you, but it's not always budget art. Sometimes it's higher end. Sometimes it's like affordable, mid-end, whatever. All prices, all price categories. Give you a few examples here, guys. Let me just do this with the black background. It's nicer. So this week, Nikki B is going to have a page from Animaniacs, and that's by Scott McCrae. And he is also going to have a page from Superman Annual number 8. It's page 13 by Tom Grummett. This is back in his Neil Adams days when he was imitating Neil Adams. And then we have something close to my heart, and I had this piece once on behalf of the inker. It is from the 2015 Incredible Hulk series, Hulk number 3, page 8 by Mark Bagley and Andrew Hennessy. Really, really always love that cool shot of the Abomination in the first panel and the Iron Man shot coming flying in. So that's really, really cool. And last but certainly not least, Nikki's going to have this great looking, sexy page from the Mighty Avengers, the first issue. So for all you first issue collectors, be sure to check this out. This is Mighty Avengers number 1, page 17 by Greg Land and Jay Leaston. So that'll be available this Friday, the 18, 19, 20, the 22nd. So yeah, there you go, everybody. Please do check that out. Okay, my last little quick look to everybody. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome, Nick, as always. Appreciate you. Should do the show in a hot tub. Not that I don't think that's ever going to happen. You never know. We might go wild and crazy one day. We all meet up at a con somewhere and we stay at the same hotel, or you never know what could happen. Always love seeing Stingray chat about his pickups. Yes, glad he joined the YouTubes. Exactly. I definitely think it's better than than Instagram. Yeah, Instagram, the way that the site is designed, most people just kind of like flip through their feed quickly, and it's kind of hard to, you don't want to kind of stop to have to listen to this and watch something. I've been watching and stopping to watch and listen to yours though, Stingray, but I agree. I think YouTube the way to go. So I think that's a good decision. The Goo Man. Oh, what happened to Kavi?
We lost Kavi.
Oh, Kavi will be back. What's up, Goo? These are all more affordable art. Good to hear that. Yes, sir. My only Animaniacs page. Yes, sir. I've got none, so that's even rarer. Grindberg better than Grummett? That's for you to decide. You know what I say to that. I feel like I was across with Neil Adams and Jerry Bingham. Yes. But Jerry Bingham, earlier in his career, also was kind of imitating a bit of a Neil Adams riff. Especially if you look at his Batman, was it Son of the Demon? That first one, something of the Demon. I think it was Son of the Demon. Yeah, take a look at that. Commodore Boston, what's up? Just stopping to register my like and hang out for several minutes before you leave, I'm sure.
As he usually does.
As he usually does, exactly. OX Penthouse has a hot dog. Really? The OX Penthouse has a hot dog. I never saw it when we were there, Marcus. We left too soon. How do you know? People must have told you. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. It's a classic. There's also a lot of excellent artwork on Ruben's website. You don't have to kiss ass. I appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. But he actually, I know it looks like, I set it up for him to do that, but I can tell you guys, he legitimately, like myself, is a big fan of Mike's work, and probably next to me is the next, probably has the next biggest collection of Mike's work. So he actually means what he's saying. Appreciate that, Cab. Kavi doesn't like me. I think he doesn't. I don't know. Next show is entertaining for sure. Well, no longer in the
I love Goo, for the record. Goo is the man.
He wants to clean it up.
I clicked myself out of the stream, so I don't know what. Maybe it was timed when you highlighted his comment or something. I don't know.
Kavi just dropped out to go turn the hot tub on.
Exactly.
Kavi better look at another budget carrier. Nice. That's good. So can't stay much today. No worries. We're just glad to have you even for a few minutes from here from time to time, man. I appreciate it. Second night Perkins art incoming. Yeah, it is incoming soon. I literally finally got with tonight's show. I finally got caught up. The last 2 weeks I was really busy with a combination of preparing the last two of Sunday night shows, but also preparing the art, Mike's art that I had to put on the website and some other things. So now I've caught up, and because I've got no more, after 3 consecutive planned weeks on my channel, that's come sadly to an end, guys. I apologize. I'm sorry to tell you. Next week, more than likely, is going back to another Hangout episode because I've got nothing planned. And but that's going to enable me now to starting tomorrow, get to work with Mike if I can, and start on the pricing of the artwork. And that's going to come September sometime. So within the next 5 weeks or so, something like that. Looking forward to second night. Yeah, me too. Especially with the Scarecrow. That was my first choice for villain this time, and I love the fact that he's using Hangman. And some of you may not know, if you've seen some of the previews, the Hangman you're seeing there, he's basically, what they're doing is they're going back to, even though this takes place in the second night takes place 1940 this time around. The first night was 1939. They're using a villain. He was in an issue, a Silver Age issue of Detective. It's a pretty famous cover. I think it's a green background, and it's got this Hangman guy standing there. I don't know, holding the noose or holding the axe. And anyways, it's a well-known cover, but it's I think they're referring back to that kind of to make it look like it's that character, So it's going to be fun. Don't collect just for nostalgia. You can also collect for artistic merit as well. Very well said. That's absolutely true. And you'll see, everybody, a lot of the things that you'll see tonight, some are within our wheelhouse so that you guys will know. A lot of you guys know who we are. Obviously, you know what our interests are and where they lay. So some of the stuff you'll see tonight will be obvious, right? Obvious when you see them. But other pieces, you're going to be surprised. And in those cases, it will, the reasoning, you'll hear it from us. But some of the reasoning will have to do more with artistic merit. We'll tell you as we go. But Carlito, what's good? Don't think you need to keep up with the Joneses. That's right. We always say that. Exactly. Thank you for getting me to 40, and thank you for rallying, Nick. I appreciate it. Temporary praise at best. Exactly. Don't live for the calf praise, everybody. I mean, I know it's nice to get the praise. It's I guess it feels good, whatever. I get that. But try not to just keep buying pieces that you think are going to impress everybody so you get that praise. Some people do that. It's sad. That's collecting for the wrong reasons, That's what I call collecting for other people. Hangout episodes are more fun anyways. I love that. I appreciate that. At least somebody thinks so. Enjoy the hobby and sense of wonder. Yes, thank you. Can we marry into the Joneses family? Yeah, right. But pay if you really, really like a piece. Exactly. Sophia. Hey, speaking of Sophia, is that show going to happen or not? What's happening with that Gigante? Sophia Gigante. Are they doing second season 2? Penguin? What's happening? Feels like it's taking a long time.
As far as I know, nothing's been announced yet on that front.
Really? Wow.
I don't know.
That's kind of sad because that means that's sad because it means that even if it does eventually come, it's not going to be. It's still going to be a long time away.
Well, there's a script done for the second movie, so he'll probably be in that movie, right?
Oh, it's supposed. I think that's why they're delaying it, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because they wanted to tie in with the movie first. That's right. Yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. That's right. And no, it's not the monk, Marcus. It's not the monk. It's a different character. Was this a Bob Kane creation? I don't know. Did he create anything? I mean, is that what you're trying to get at? Always teases that I kiss Mike's butt, but he is one of my favorites. I'll tease you again, man. I'll tease you again. Next week. Yes. Mike is truly excellent artist. Okay. Now they're going to think I'm paying you now for sure. Come on now. Artistic merit. Why not go to the arts and crafts show to get Banksy art? Why not? Mike Perkins is just a great illustrator. Thank you, CJ. Yeah, I'm sure he appreciates it. Holding it in your hands. For sure. It's never quite the same until you get it in your hands, right? You only collect for us guys because you're a giving person, right? My art doesn't get picked for Thursday. I might as well just sell it. Exactly. Hey, man, some of you guys have confided in me, and some of you guys have confided how upset you get when you don't have your pieces chosen. And I get your reasoning. I do get the reasoning, and I'm in agreement with you on the reasoning. Just keep in mind, it's meaningless. Doesn't matter, you know. Just a couple of random guys picking their favorites. It doesn't mean anything. So don't get upset if you don't get chosen. It doesn't mean anything. Just be happy you bought it and you have great art. A lot of great art never gets picked. I mean, some of the best art every week never seems to get picked. So, and so you're not selling me. Okay, gotta go. All right, bye, Carmack Boston. Have a good one. Hey, Corey, what's good? Finally coming in. Saw a blurb of Colin Farrell saying he hopes to never wear that. Oh, really? Oh boy, okay, I hope not. Jesus. Because he's basically the show. Created and all.
Well, if he wins some Emmys or whatever, I mean, I don't watch those anymore. Yeah.
Hey, okay, so guys, everybody, you go. I always love to do this.
Roby,
Mr. Amor is in the house. I say Mr. Amor because in Tagalog, tell me, wouldn't you be in the Philippines? Wouldn't people say to you when they want to reach out to you, they call you? Don't they say Roby? Is it Roby? Which to me would mean it would be more like Roby. Or do you actually anglicize more, like Americanize it and just tell people Robbie? Is it the first way? Roby? More like Roby? Or do you prefer Robbie? We want to know. We've talked about this privately. So
it sounds better the first way. We could just go.
I always assumed it was the first. Yeah, I always assumed it was the first way myself.
You mean like Roby? Roby?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of the fact that he didn't double B it, right?
Right.
That's why I figured no double B. So I was like, oh, maybe he prefers Roby, and maybe because in his country it is Roby, which would make it Roby. But let us know, my friend. Let us know. Good to see you, by the way. Sorry, Jeff, what was that?
He says everyone there calls him Ruby. It's absurd.
Oh, is that it? Oh,
yeah, you'll get to that comment.
Oh,
I'm gonna get there.
Ruby.
That Corey never posts anything. That's true. Picked up her favorite, cash smooching. Yeah, you have to. Well, they said no plans to return. They said a critical acclaim. Success makes him want to visit. What? He had no plans to return. Oh, what's his name? Colin Farrell? Holy shit!
It was just supposed to be a one and done series originally. So.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I will say it certainly stands wonderfully if it ended up just being.
Yeah, it's nominated in the limited series category at the Emmys instead of like ongoing drama.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
cool. Look at Cab, the liar, as always. A wonderful man, but a wonderful liar. Still here. Before I really, really, really leave, Felix's artists are great as well. Oh, that's funny.
I don't believe Roby's a Felix artist, but I could be wrong.
Everyone here called me Ruby? No way. Okay, but that's wrong. I want to know how your countrymen call you. I want to know.
That's right.
In seriousness, let us know. I want to know. 100% of the art you don't post. Gretzky's the GOAT. Okay, good evening, Caesar. What's good, pal?
Hey, Caesar.
Jiggy's artist. There we go. I don't know. Okay. All right. So yeah, everybody, we're gonna get ready to get into this. Gone now. Apparently not, because you typed that. But have a good one.
On time for the show. The actual show.
But so yeah, everybody, just one last time. Just want to say that tonight's show, for those of you just tuning in late, tonight's show is really not about trying to show you how to buy great silver, golden, bronze age art at cheap prices. That's not what this is about at all. It's about collecting on a very small budget. I should have put very in the title of the thumbnail. And what we mean is, there are various, obviously, levels of cheapness, right, of how cheap something can get, obviously. But for tonight's show, we just wanted to show examples of things that both Kavi, Jeff, and I have bought over the years that we buy because it gives us fun, right? A sense of fun and enjoyment. And it's a combination of it's also so cheap. And the cheapness of it, it just doubles the fun, really, And so, yeah, it's not the kind of thing that the majority, the masses here in the hobby are going to be looking at and going, oh, yeah, wow, it's a good thing I tuned into this show because these guys, oh, my God, they're showing me what I need to. Listen, I honestly feel like the vast majority of people watching, here live tonight, and even those of you later on Rewind, I think the majority are going to be like, oh, okay, that's why he means by cheap or whatever. And that's fine. We don't care. For the people willing to listen, watch and listen, I think, especially for those of you who do tend to complain that, you're getting priced out, or if you're brand new, if you're on the outside looking in, you've not started collecting, but you're looking in and you're kind of like thinking of collecting, but you're finding like everything I like, I can't afford, then maybe you should watch and listen, and we may give you ideas. And especially the listening part is important tonight, because it's the reasoning behind why some of the things you'll see tonight, which will make you go, what the hell? You'll see what attracted us and made us want to buy that piece, and it might sort of spark that idea where, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And maybe it's that little spark that makes you go, you know what, maybe I'll start up a little sort of side collection of that kind of thing, whatever. That's my only hope. And I expect to be, if that even happens with anybody, I would expect it to be, very, very few people. If it happens to one or two that reaches out to me, years down the line or weeks or months down the line, and they tell me, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I did that show you guys did there where, collecting a small budget. I never thought of any about that stuff, and then one day, like, you gave me an idea after I watched that, and I started buying this type of stuff. If I hear even one person tell me that one day, I'll be super happy. It'll all have been worth it. So that's what we're doing here tonight, guys. So let me start queuing up the images. So Caesar, just so you know, the vast majority of things here you're going to see tonight are, and I'm, so you understand, everybody, we're not saying that a small budget is $200 or less. Okay, it's all relative. As I mentioned earlier, everybody has their own idea of what's cheap, because if you buy $10,000 pieces on the regular, then for you, $5,000 might be cheap, or $3,000. You know what I mean? So we're just saying for the masses, right? Most people I find in this hobby seem to be able to afford, like the largest number of people seem to be able to afford to collect things that are in the $1,000 to $3,000 range. That's what I've noticed over the years. Okay. And then there's a subset of hobbyists who are in the below 1,000 range, several $100s per piece, that kind of thing. But we also understand that there are people for whom, there's no extra money at the end of every paycheck. So for them, even $50 and $100, they just can't get into the hobby, But it's for that type of person that we kind of are doing this episode. If I decide to do another episode like this in the future, depending on who wants to come on and what kind of art they have, I may do a show where we show pieces that are slightly higher priced, But
yeah,
sorry,
it's. I definitely agree with you about it's all relative. Like, just myself as an example, I think I chose more examples under $100 than I did in the, let's say, $200 to $300 range, because I think for somebody who's afraid or intimidated by the hobby, who hasn't yet gotten into the hobby, even that 200 to 300 range might be like worth a double think about it. You know, like, should I really spend that?
Absolutely.
So when I was looking at my collection and sort of trying to pick a few budget picks out of there that still fit things that I really enjoy, as far as like the books, characters, titles, you know, universes that they're from, that's kind of the mind frame that I approached it from, because I wasn't really even thinking about who I am as a collector. I was thinking about who are the people that are maybe, you know, a little intimidated to get into it, assuming that you can't spend less than $100 and get published comic art. And that's just not the case. You can, right?
Yeah.
Whether you find stuff that appeals to you and what you collect within that, it's not, you know, it's not a one answer, one size fits all algorithm that can figure that out. Right? You have to be on the lookout, right? You have to utilize the various resources like CAF, like eBay, like, you know, Comic Link and the other auction houses, and art reps, and at shows, right? Like there's all sorts of ways that you can find budget comic art or cheaper comic art. I would say that this isn't a show more, you know, about tips and tricks or strategies, more so as these are budget art pieces that we've been able to collect. I haven't even started collecting more than 8 years ago, right? So for somebody who has only started, these guys have been collecting longer than me, but for somebody who's only been collecting less than a decade, I've still been able to find published pieces under $100 or in between $100 and $200 that I really enjoy for what I collect, right? For the characters I like, for the titles and stories that I like. There are cheap published original comic art examples in my collection. So that was kind of the headspace I was at when I was doing my picks. And that wasn't even instructed to me by Rubén. That's just where when I went to go look and check and give him some examples, that's kind of how I thought about it.
And I sort of did the same. So I think 7 out of the 10 pieces I picked were all purchased this year. So it's not stuff that I bought 20 years ago for cheap.
Right.
It's stuff.
Yeah, because that would be a different show, right? Because some of those would be way more theoretically now.
Right, but let me say, because you mentioned that, Jeff, let me say, everybody, this is really important, and I'll probably repeat it as we go along. But you're going to see, because we've, you know, we're going to tell you, we'll be telling you, you know, when we picked it up, just for your own curiosity. Right. But it really doesn't matter, because a lot of these pieces, you'll see, I picked this up in 2017, for instance. And, you know, you like, again, the complainers, the complaining type of collectors who are frustrated with the hobby, constantly saying, I can't afford anything, whatever. We're doing that for them more than anything, because I want you all to know, to make it very clear, the type of stuff we're going to be showing tonight, you can't really say, oh yeah, but look, you got it in 2017. Of course you bought it for that price. No, this is all the type of stuff that it doesn't matter that we got it 8 years ago or 6 years ago or whatever. You can find this type of stuff all over the hobby, even today. Every year, there's this type of stuff everywhere that can be found if you look and if you're willing to make the effort. It's all over the place, okay? So it doesn't matter when
it's stuff that's on a slow grade elevation gain and price rather than a big J curve.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and if that's not your cup of tea, that's totally fine. Like I don't even necessarily disagree that with the type of collector that doesn't want to buy 5 $200 pieces because they'd rather just wait on that $1,000 piece, you know, every 3 months or whatever their goals are. That's completely fine. You know, I pick up a higher end piece every once in a while, but the majority of the year I'm having, I guess, cheaper budget art fun, right? So it's like I enjoy both aspects of those budget ranges from time to time, and that's just a fun way for me to be in the hobby.
Rick, I know you're probably just joking, but that's if you grew up. I'll tell you, for me, I grew up before I got into I got into comics. I always say when I was 12, right? Superhero comics, right? Because I discovered a comic shop nearby within walking distance, and suddenly I was in love. That's when the spark came on for me. But I was 12. But in the years previous to that, like from the time I was probably 5 until 12, I constantly had a supply, and I don't know where it came from. I guess, different family friends or something gave us stacks of comics, but I constantly had access to like Stad Sack, Archie, all the Harvey comics, Little Lulus, and, all this other stuff. I love that stuff. I loved that stuff before I loved superheroes. So if you do remember having a love for Sad Sack art when you were a child, and there you go. We always talk about nostalgia. There's some nostalgia. It is cheap as shit. So go and buy yourself some Sad Sack pages, guys. If you remember reading Sad Sack and you enjoyed, reading it back in the day. Since
I'm currently looking for one, I will say they're not as cheap now as they were.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Look at that. Michael says, I want to publish Venom page last Tuesday on Heritage for $150. There you go. Super, super popular character, $150. Like that's a bargain. There you go. Exactly. $150. That's a really nice, that's for me. That's my kind of sweet spot of you can get a lot of really nice, cool things in the low budget range for $150, Philip, what's good, Philip? Richie Rich and Archie can be had for very affordable prices. Yeah, indeed. We're gonna show some of them. You can get a 1-page published gag piece. Exactly.
Yeah, and I will say that all 10 of my pieces are published, and half of them are under $50.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There.
Same with mine.
Yeah.
Those are the money market buys. It won't accrue interest or gain any value.
Yep.
All right. So, with that being said, everybody, fellas, do you have anything else you'd want to preface with?
No, let's dive into it. All
right. Let's cue this up. And indeed, Tom, what's good, Tom? Let's put that out there for those of you who don't already know. I guess you should know, but in case you're really new to this hobby, but if you're new to the hobby, you're probably coming over from comics anyway, so you still should know this. DC, always more affordable, in comparison, if you're going with like the reasonable comparisons, which are, the X-Men or Avengers at Marvel. Well, the equivalent would be Justice League and Justice Society, maybe, at DC, right? That kind of thing. If you do it that way, yeah, much, much more affordable. So yeah, man, if you've ever had a love for DC, even though you're more of a Marvel guy, consider reigniting some love for DC. That's a good way to save money too, for sure. So, all right, let's do this. DC is the best, indeed. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, gang, you had me at Cheap Art. What's up? Tom Katzalowski. What's good in Chicago? And I wish the pages were cheap. Oh, I only like the villains. Oh, you're a villain collector, are you? Made a low offer. Hey, trust me, Corey, expand your horizons to like modern art. You can get plenty of modern pages for cheap, villain pages for cheap, especially from the contemporary comics from the past 25 years. Honestly, if you look around, you can find. I'll offer from an eBay dealer $50 for a Thor page. They were originally asking $180. Only art they had. Did you get it? You made the offer. That's I'm one of those guys who'd be pissed at you if you made me a lowball offer that way, a 50 on a 180 ask. But yeah, did he laugh at you or did he sell it to you? That's the question. But yeah, let me cue this up, everybody. And so you all know, so you don't start asking and making funny comments. Kavi came up with more pieces than Jeff and I did. So the first 4 pieces we show are going to be Kavi's.
Well, I did that assuming you would cut it down a little bit.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's
fine.
Okay. That's totally good. They like these guys love to see art, right? So the more the merrier. And that's it. So we'll see the first 4 from Kavi, and then it'll be Jeff, myself, and then we continue in the clockwise direction. All right. So with that being said, let us cue this first image up. And speaking of the devil that we spoke about earlier,
I got to be surprised because I didn't see Kavi's list.
Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't seen Jeff's list or Ruben's list, and
that's
so
right.
Ruben's the only one that knows everyone's picks, I guess.
Yeah, I'm the only one. I have to, obviously, to set this show up, but otherwise nobody else knows each other's picks, so that's fun too. And each of these two guys also have no idea what order I'm going to be presenting them in. So
right.
There we go. So first one for you, Kavi, is this one.
All right, yeah. So speaking of Archie, Archie is kind of the category of comics and comic art that I collect when I'm kind of just burned out on the hobby. So occasionally I'll just dip into buying some fun Archie art, especially at shows. And what's cool about Archie is that there's so many titles, there's so many books. There's what I don't know, like almost 70 plus years worth of material, right? And a lot of the modern stuff, 90s to current, is pretty damn cheap. This particular cover, and especially these like Archie digests, like these little small books, right? Can be really affordable as far as the covers. So this is a cover to Betty and Veronica Double Digest number 147. I paid $100 for this, and I also got I got to look at my list here to see what year that was. Let me see.
No worries.
2022. I bought this at the New Jersey Comic Art Con for $100. Got a free 13 by 19 portfolio with it. So really, you could say it was like $85 or $90 if you count the price of the portfolio in it. And for me, that's fun. Like, am I gonna worry about it if I try to resell it in 10 years and only get $50 back? No, I could care less. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy owning it. I really love, the Betty and Veronica focused content. I'm more of a Veronica guy. I think I gave you another Veronica example for this show, but yeah, it's just a fun Archie pickup, and it's a cover. It's a published cover. And it's cash. I didn't have to pay shipping. Didn't have to pay anything. This was bought at a show, right? Yeah, $100, cheap Archie fun published cover.
Yeah, that's the exact type of thing. Again, and I'll repeat this a million times, I'm sure, but again, for you guys who are just stuck in that superhero, Marvel, or DC, 60s, 60s, 70s, 80s only. Obviously, you're not going to care about that. I get it. This, I don't want to say that this show is not for you, because I feel like it is, and it could be for you. I just feel like you have to break out, or you should at least consider breaking out from that narrow-minded viewpoint. Right. And I'm not insulting, because I used to be in your guys' shoes. I used to be just hardcore.
Right. Like, I'm not gonna tell somebody that has no interest in Archie to go get an interest in Archie, right? Like, I started with comics on like Tintin and Asterix, and then I graduated to Archie. And like those are some of my earlier comics, and I still love them. I disagree.
Yeah, exactly. Robert Berman in the house.
Hey, what's up, Robert Berman?
What's up, man? And what's up? Ahoy to you, Carl. Carl Choi in the house as well. Exactly, Goo. Exactly. $100 for a cover, published, already almost 20 years old too. Like, it's like, it's dirt cheap. That's my definition of really dirt cheap art, And
I like Rick Welch's comment. Mayflower art for Santa Maria price. There you go.
Agrees with you. Driving but listening. No worries. Be careful with your self-driving Tesla.
Yes, I paid $20 admission, and I could split that fee across the 8 pages or 10 pages I bought there. So I'm not worried about that extra $2.
Yeah, well, he's just playing the role of those guys who like to complain and say,
I know, and I expect no less. It's Marcus. Bring it, baby.
Exactly. Yeah. Nice piece, Kavi, but not for me. I said, it's not for everybody. That's what I'm saying. When was the last time Ruben bought art for $100? The last time, I'm not
Comic
sure.
Link last week, probably.
Oh gosh, did I get one for under 100?
I don't know.
I might have. If it wasn't last week, it was maybe 3 months ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Wednesday.
what if your problem is that you like everything as long as it catches my eye? Yeah. Listen, you got to be careful because you don't want to be buying a whole bunch of stuff just because it's less than $100 or less than $200. You know what I mean? Like, don't buy it just because it's cheap. That's what I was saying before. Like, try to find stuff that, like you say, if you ever grew up with things like Archie or things like that, and never sort of continued with that love, you kind of forgot about it. Maybe you can revive that interest again, and remember, like how you used to like it, and maybe you get it yourself a piece and you see how it feels, and then suddenly it might be like, oh, maybe it revives that interest, and you start buying more, Never mind the viewpoint. I only want pure heart, the powerful pages. I always hated that when he did that superhero stuff with Archie. I never liked that stuff. I just wanted regular, normal Archie, My kids love Tintin and Asterix. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what Phil is saying is true. Tintin and Asterix art ain't cheap. I mean, it's impossible, basically.
Yeah, that's the problem is you can't get that stuff. Yeah.
It's non-existent.
That's even you need to be even wealthier than you do for mainstream American comic book art,
If you want to get some commissions from other artists besides Barry Day, then maybe that's an idea. But
I wonder if the Archie superhero line is out there for reasonable prices.
I believe so.
I believe so. Yeah.
Heritage has been running a lot of the what was the Fly character from Archie Comics and stuff over the last couple of months, and those have all been between $400 and $600 mostly. There have been a few outliers that have gone out of that range in both directions, but
yeah, I just want to say to Alex, what's up, Alex? By the way, you'd like to buy inexpensive art, but the expensive stuff looks so good. Yeah, but that's the difference. This isn't really kind of the show aimed at you because you can afford to keep buying the expensive art that you buy. So that's fantastic. Good for you. But not everybody's that fortunate, right? So that's who this show is really more. It's for the people who feel like they've been priced out and they're tired of not being able to buy anything, So all right.
And Alex could just draw good art.
Like he can make his own, right, and then just enjoy it that way, right? So let me go to the next piece for Kavi. We're gonna do a few for Kavi. Like I said, four straight for Kavi, and the next piece. The next piece here for you, Kavi, is this one.
Okay, so Jeff's gonna like this one.
Star Wars. There's no
so
Star Wars out there.
Let me see. Let's see let's see if I can make this as brief as possible. I'm a big Star Wars guy. I love the vintage stuff, but I've also had a rejuvenation of my Star Wars comic reading since Marvel took back the license and started putting out new comics. So when was that, Jeff? 2015 onwards? Yep. So 2015 onwards, right? And I would say that the breakout character or star character that's original to this new era of Marvel Comics, I think at the top of that list is Dr. Aphra. I think
100% agree.
I think it's like it's like it's kind of like a rogue Han Solo style character, but even more of a blurring the lines between good guy and bad guy, than Han Solo is. Han Solo is kind of firmly in the good guy camp, but I would say Dr. Aphra. Yeah, she's kind of more like Indiana Jones in a way, right? Yep. The way her character is presented. And so I wanted to get at least one example in my collection of the character, and I love this page. I mean, it's got Aphra pretty much in every panel except for the space battle panel, which has got TIE fighters, right? So I don't care that she's not in that panel because you get a space battle, and you get the main character of that series on every panel here during this sequence. You also get the Wookiee character, Chrysanthemum, who is another really good character that spun out of sort of Aphra's corner of the Marvel Comics universe, and then got implemented into live action as well in that Boba Fett TV series, if I'm remembering that correctly. I think I am. So yeah, I love this page. it was in the, I think, $125 range. So $150
Nice.
if you include the shipping and all that, right?
Yeah.
And I believe I got a discount on shipping because I did a combo deal with Jeff or something like that for us to split costs on shipping in some way. I think this was in that pile of pages
I
that we
believe
kind of
so.
split.
I had multiple stacks of pages from this series back at that time, and I combined with a few people on the international shipping to bring that cost.
So this was 2021 that I bought it from a 2019 comic, $125, and bundled the shipping with a friend and Jeff to keep costs even lower.
There's a budget tip.
Yeah, and this was bought directly from Wilton's rep.
So here's an interesting one. So we're getting a nice compliment from Philip, but then he says something that I said somebody would mention. So he says it's a really great Star Wars page for the price, and it's all pencils apparently. Yes, it is. He says, he follows it up by saying, it's probably not $150 now, though. I would say it probably is.
I would say it is, considering the character's kind of only gotten more popular since then, and speculation around the character and the way that they can utilize the character further down the line. But if it isn't, I don't care, because I only spent $125 on it. That's the whole point.
I don't know. I think he means it's like, well, you bought it 4 years ago, so it's more now. It would be more now. I'm just saying,
maybe, but to be honest, I don't think about that at all. You know?
I think,
right.
Since I do follow that market, I think right now it might be right around 150, maybe 200.
Yeah, right. It's like exactly. So even if it's higher than what we paid, it's not going to be by much. And I can also tell you, as popular as the intellectual property of Star Wars happens to be worldwide, there's so many Star Wars comics out there. There have been so many published, so many issues of so many titles. You can still get plenty of Star Wars art out there for that price that Kavi paid, and cheaper. So you got, and that's still today, not 4 years ago. So that's what we're saying is that.
Well, what I will mention on this, and because it ties back to some of your previous shows, is that a lot of these pages that Kavi and I and others bought in that time frame 4 years ago are now starting to come back on market from that purchaser, and they're listing at twice the price, 2.5 times the price. I also don't know how many of those are really selling, because I am not in the market to see it, at 2.5 times the price just 4 years later.
Right.
So, it's one of those things you got to keep an eye on.
Do you know if there were inked versions from that run or not? Because I don't remember, to be honest.
So it depends. Sometimes there were inkers. Sometimes they went.
Yeah, it's very case by case, and it's so on and off, right? That in this current era, that it's like, I don't know.
There's so many people doing digital. There was a page that came up on one of the Facebook groups recently being offered. And someone had a question about who had done the original art. And I said there were 3 pencilers. 2 of them did digital pencils. 1 did traditional pencils. And there were 2 different inkers on that one issue, because they were splitting the books up, and everyone was doing
I've never seen inks for a lot of the pencil pages I have for modern Star Wars. I know in some cases inkers are holding on to them, like Mark Morales, for example. I've bugged at like 20 shows since the High Republic books started coming out, because I have some pencil pages that he inked separately onto Blue Line Copy or whatever, but he's holding on to those, so it's you run into cases like that, and then you run into cases where there just isn't inks at all, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of the early Dr. Aphra runs that were all digital or traditionally penciled, but then digitally inked and colored.
Right.
But Mark Deering, I know, did ink quite a few issues, and so he's had some for sale.
All right, Kavi, you ready for your next one?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So we're heading back to the world of Archie. Check this out.
Oh, I love this one. So this is kind of an example of an Archie page even a non-Archie person might appreciate, right? As long as they have some sort of appreciation for Christmas,
Right.
Santa Claus, the North Pole, elves, you know, the whole holiday season vibe. And this has it in spades, you know, that vibe of Christmas time and the holidays. And I personally love that vibe, you know, and I wouldn't put myself on the list of like, I'm a hardcore Christmas collector, but this kind of fits two things that I like at the same time, Archie and Christmas, right? I think somebody else made a comment in the chat earlier about if you win like a multiple page Archie lot and then split the cost between all those pages on a per page basis, your cost basis goes way down. So in this particular case, I won this in an auction of a 5-page Archie lot. And all the pages were title pages like this, like page one title pages, all by Stan Goldberg and various inkers. This one's Goldberg and Espo, Mike Esposito. But I picked that up in 2020. The total price for the 5-page lot was $150. So that's including buyer's premium. And so that's $30 a page. So this page one title splash by Stan Goldberg and Espo of awesome Santa Christmas vibes in the Archie universe is a $30 title page. So yeah, I really dig it.
And Peter said Stan Gray or Green Hulk Goldberg. Yes. And Roby, you haven't told us if it's Roby or Robbie.
Well, I think he said Ruby, right?
Well, no, he said that everybody was calling him that.
Oh.
Yeah. Damn awesome price.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Repeat the price one more time, Kavi.
$30 a page.
$30 a page.
Yeah, this is one of the pages. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, even at auction, if you got two of us interested, that might still be a $50 page.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and like you were saying earlier, what I wanted to sort of add something to that because you mentioned it to start off with, Kavi. That particular page, like you said, I want you all to know, all those of you watching, there are actually collectors out there who do like to collect Christmas-themed artwork.
Yeah.
And in particularly in the comic strip art market, there's a subset of collectors who go after strips from any newspaper comic strip, you know, examples from any strip, and when they can find the daily or the Sunday that was published on Christmas Day. So
and as some people in the chat, I know Mike Berkey's a big Christmas guy as well.
Yeah, Berkey buys that stuff. Yeah, exactly. I have been known on occasion to pick up that stuff.
I think I would say I've got a handful of Christmas pieces. I mean, one of my grails is a Christmas related piece. My Macquarie piece is a Christmas related piece.
I got to drool in front of that briefly.
Which one? Remind us which Macquarie piece that was.
It was a Christmas card design that he did for Lucasfilm.
Right. Lucasfilm Christmas card.
Yeah, exactly. Jim Amash still has pages for that price. If memory corrects. Oh, I don't know, maybe. Berkey, yeah, exactly. That's right. And Jim is an Archie inker, right?
Cool, Peter. I'll have to look into that. Peter.
All right. Let us go to the next one here. Let me get that. Where is that? Yes. Okay. So for this next one, we are moving more into this sort of, I guess what you'd call cheap for what what I feel, anyways, personally. You guys, I guess we could discuss it. What I feel is it's that sort of sweet spot where I feel it's really affordable. It's more than $100 and more than $30 for sure. But where you can get, if you're willing to again, open your mind to contemporary art, you get big name superhero art for what I call cheap. So that's what this example is. Check this out.
For sure. So as soon as you said that sentence, I kind of knew that this was going to be the one that you would put up next when said superhero. So this is believe it or not, this is the most expensive piece that I picked for my picks tonight. at a $250. So this was a $250 page that I won on Comic Link, and I have to look up the date here in my notes. 2019. And I know you were joking about the Thursday art picks. This was chosen as a Thursday art pick by the CAF guys when I posted it to CAF. It's not a set of artists that I was even familiar with when I saw the page. You know, I kind of had to. This is one of those where the art spoke to me more so than I'm so familiar with the story and I remember it and I loved it. You know what I mean? But it's an awesome battle page. Batman swooping in from the sky, battling Dr.Phosphorus. The rendering is extremely nice. The inking is really nice. You got some badass punch shots, some panel breaking stuff with, you know, Batman punching the shit out of Phosphorus until he, you know, literally escapes the panel on that final panel. It's just a great battle page, good action, you know, kind of a great unique look, right? Like it's got a kind of a different looks in different portions of the image. He was in Starman. He was also in that new, what's that new James Gunn cartoon thing?
Well,
Creature Commandos.
Dr. Phosphorus goes back a long way.
Yeah, I know he goes back in the comics, but he's also been in like adaptations.
Contemporary media.
Yeah. Creature Commandos cartoon and other things like Starman. Well, I don't think he's been in live action, right? They've never done a live action in that. I think they've just done the cartoon, but if I'm not mistaken.
But either way,
really cool action page. The priciest pick of mine tonight at $250, but I would say for the content quality,
that's fantastic.
Ratio to price, I was happy to pick that up.
That was got to be $50 a bat ball.
Yeah, that was 2019. I would expect that page to be a little bit more today, but I don't know by how much. You know, it's impossible to kind of.
Yeah, but again, but that kind of stuff, even when it goes up, it's like 5-6 years later, and maybe it'd be $25 to $50 more. It's not like double.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's one of those pages where like just the art really hooked me in. It is more modern, but it's still 15 years old or something at this point, right?
19, I think it was 2006. Yeah, that's what's crazy about it, right?
Yeah,
it's you're already becoming somewhat vintage, depending on your definition, right? It's almost 2 decades, right? Basically, so that's to me why I say over and over about, you know, the people that complain. But if you're like a character collector, if you tend to find yourself collecting more the characters that you like, man, it really, really pays to be willing to open your mind to going towards more modern stuff than than your preferred decade that you like to collect from.
Right.
And I've said this many times. I pointed out, he's no longer here tonight, but Comic Art Boston. Look, I've known him for 25 years, and he used to be strictly Silver Age and some Bronze Age when he first started buying from me, 25 years ago. And that's it. That's all he was. He was locked in on that. But over time, and look, we all know what his collection is like. We know that he can afford a lot of great stuff that a lot of us cannot afford, right? But even he found himself being priced out of that stuff that he loved most in the Silver Age and Bronze Age. And so he did what I said. It's like he started opening his mind to like considering, okay, what about the 80s? And he started buying shit from the 80s. And then suddenly it became the 90s, 2000. He now collects from every decade, So, and he loves it. He genuinely loves it. So, it's fantastic.
And look, I mean, that's a top 2, if not the top DC character, right? So, like, I think you look at some of the newer Batman books that are out literally last year or this year, and non-action pages between Batman and one of his rogues are more than 250 often. Case, So I was happy with that one. I felt like it was like, right up my alley, both content and art-wise and price-wise.
No, it's good. And let me just finish by saying to everybody, it's a message that's well worth putting out there. If you are willing to open your mind up to more contemporary art, and by contemporary, personally, anything from the 2000s onward. If you look around enough at all the websites, you know, all the auction houses, you can find stuff from the last 25 years, like the piece that Kavi just showed, like cool pieces with cool characters all over the page for, you know, 200, 300. Like, it's not that uncommon. So yeah, it's really a lot of fun. Provides a lot of fun. Yeah, great content for very affordable prices. So, all right. So now we're going to move over, everybody, to finally to somebody other than Kavi. And
I'll be back, though. I'll be back.
Yeah.
You can go make a sandwich.
We're going to show.
I wish, man. I wish.
First example here from Jeff. And check this out. We are going into the world of strip art.
Woohoo! Yeah, so this was a page I picked up this year. It was a 3-pack of strips from George and Lynne that I got during Comic Art Live in May. It was $80 for the trio.
Sweet.
So, you know, by the time you throw in shipping, it was 30 and change a page when you do the math. Strip art is something that I've started jumping into the last few years, all because of Lance Suarez. Lance, a couple years ago at San Diego, gifted me a couple of Wee Pal strips, and that got me doing research on that, which got me then looking at strip art in general, you know, back and forth to the Lambic Comiclopedia website.
Okay.
A lot of the biographies for the artists that were doing the comic strips, starting, you know, at the beginning of the newspaper strip days up through contemporary. So yeah, this is a popular strip, a contemporary popular strip in the UK that wrapped up about 15 years ago. Had a run. I'm looking at my notes here. It started in 1976. This is an example by Josep Gual, who was the second artist on the series. So he rounded out the tenure to when the strip ended in 2010. So, you know, that's 40 years plus. It's a good long run for any series, particularly if you're doing it 5 days a week and once on Sunday. Or even 6 days a week if there's a Saturday and they don't do just a rerun.
Have they been collected into volumes at all, or
there is one volume collecting a chunk of this series. It's not a complete volume, but it is out of print, and I have not been able to track down a copy.
Weird.
These have been hitting eBay. Someone is who had a significant number of pieces from the series has been releasing them in groups. So I think I've got about a dozen now in my gallery that I picked up. So,
yeah, and, Roger Clark. I think he bought out a whole, you know, a whole whack of them, if not all of them, and he's the one who started introducing them in his gallery on the CAF, and and that's why they're starting to. You see them on eBay a lot now, you know.
Yep.
And did you notice, Jeff, that Murdoch mentioned that he's been getting them on eBay himself really cheaply, and he's got 7 or 8 that he picked up at really cheap prices.
Yep.
He says here, check it out. I've got like 6 or 7 of them for under $100.
Yep. So and he may mean he got all 6 or 7 combined for less than $100, depending on which ones you catch. The ones like this example that are a little more risque tend to go for a little bit more, but a lot of just the standard daily gag ones you can find in that $15 to $25 range. Just the better the gag and, you know, the more lingerie, I guess that price goes up.
So check this. Look at Mr. Dollar Tree. I just to give you guys an idea, how affordable the Josep Gual George and Lynne dailies are, and they're actually really fun. All the time with scantily clad, like Lynne is always scantily clad, if not outright nude.
What caught me was it's not the exact same dynamic, but it had a Three's Company feel to it.
Right.
Yeah.
My favorite sitcom of all time, baby. Three's Company. Woo!
Bang one who watched that when I was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah. This kind of was that same nostalgia feel to it.
Yeah. And I just want to show everybody, in case you're interested, just to give you an idea of how cheap, sort of emphasize the cheapness of these George and Lynne dailies. I own one myself. I picked one up, and because I've been a strip collector for 25 years, but one of the things I love about strips is it's kind of like a little side thing, is that unlike comic books, splash pages, if you will, a splash strip, in other words, a daily with a storyline type daily with only a single panel, are incredibly rare. They're much rarer than, a splash page in comic books. And so because I liked it, I like the obviously the naked ladies, and because I liked the art, and I liked the fact that this was a single panel daily, I picked this one up. This one cost me $200. This is not part of my selection tonight. I only just uploaded it now just to make a point and show you guys. This here, let me show you this. Here, check it out. So they're all like a bunch of women, in a locker room, getting either undressed or dressed, and that cost me $200. And
but as you said, a single panel strip is not a common occurrence.
I mean, I see the per titty upcharge there.
Yes, exactly. So, but you figure like all them titties, and it's a single panel daily, and it's still $200. That's like you won't see any other dailies from this strip for that anywhere near that price. They're all way cheaper than that, So yeah, that's like the upper end or whatever. So,
but that was not one of your picks.
No, that's not. No.
Still $200 qualifies as
right.
Like budget art.
I was thinking about it as Jeff was kind of mentioning how cheap it was, and then Murdoch mentioned how many he owns that he got for really, really cheap. I was like, you know what? Let me quickly see if I can find that one just to show you what the higher end would be. And yeah, just to emphasize how much cheaper it makes all the other examples.
So what's your actual first pick, though?
Yeah, so we're going to get to that. So let me cue that one up. See where we are here. Well, of course, I had to start with this. There we go. Check this out.
Of course.
Of course. A page from Action Comics, number 733. Already, what is that? 28 years old, 1997, almost 30 years old.
My God.
What I love about this, well, first of all, I've always said it many times, I love I've never read the Superman Blue saga, but I love his costume. Whoever came up with that costume design, I think it's brilliant. So I love buying pages from Superman Blue, Superman Red, because I just love the costume, I love the costume design. And so I picked this up, let me see. So I picked this up 3 years ago. Directly from Tom's rep, so it's from the rep, and this one cost me $200. Okay, and
what year? When did you buy it?
2022.
Okay,
so 3 years ago. Yeah,
cool.
And yeah, I mean, I love the layout. I love that it's a 4-panel page with I love pages that have fewer panels and all widescreen style, horizontal. I find it gives it a more cinematic approach to the storytelling. Yeah, and it's just got nice images of Superman Blue. It's also got a guest star in the Ray. Not that anybody cares about the Ray, but still always nice to have guest stars included. And yeah, it's one of my favorite artists from, like I said, a fun time period. One of my favorite characters in Superman. So to be able to get this only 3 years ago for $200, to me, again, that's my definition of a bargain. Like it's
Totally.
You
I
know?
mean, it checks a lot of boxes. I mean, it is by your favorite artist. That's always cool for a budget price.
And 2022, that's still after the pandemic,
after the
art-wide
COVID
bump
boom
and prices.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Marcus, got to pay for that TNA. That is true. But everybody knows that. You got to pay up for TNA, and no matter what type of art you're buying, right? That's just the way it goes. But imagine, that's a pretty cheap way, that George and Lynne stuff. You guys really should check out. If you like TNA, you should check out the George and Lynne stuff. You could get really sexy ones, and they're all completely
I think Marcus is onto something with this whole mutual fund scheme. If CAF ever goes public, I'll want Archie art for my dividends.
That's right.
Well, you already got the answer. Not sure which one you were talking about, Marcus, but you got your answer now. So Matt says locker up charge. That's it, man.
I think they were still talking about your titty strip.
Titty strip, I know. $200 and all them titties. 40 a pair. That's why they call it strip art, indeed. Grummett, what a shock. I know you were shocked. Yes, I know. I wanted to, you guys know I like to throw curveballs all the time.
Yeah,
Superman
I think
blew in the rain.
grabbed Derek's attention.
It did grab Derek's attention, exactly. Far better than the stories of the time. So I've heard. But hey, that's the beauty of not caring whether you've even read the story or not. If you're willing to buy just because you like the artwork and the characters, even more ways to collect, because you're not pigeonholing yourself, right? I like this pick, the real value of Grummett art. Well, that page anyways. Never heard of this artist. I know you haven't. I'm trying to introduce you to new ones, Teach me about being eclectic. Everyone supports Canadian artists, apparently. Good looking page. Thank you. Super Blue Rocks. Frank, using titties as a CAF keyword really paid off. No one cares about Quality Comics. Transplant to DC Comics. The Ray? What? I didn't know that he came from Quality Comics. I love the knowledge drop, though. Wow. Same character?
Here's the professor.
I mean, I guess there are now 2 people on the list, you and Derek.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Kavi, you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Let's do this. So
let's do it.
Let me see where we
Put it on the board.
Yes, this one from a fun series I remember really enjoying reading. Check it out. And it comes from a word you'll hear me say tonight, guys. Subsets. He doesn't use that, but I use it. Collecting subsets.
How do you know I don't use it?
I'll get into that later. But it's not an official subset for Kavi, but kind of unofficial.
Subset. Okay.
You know.
I see. Yes.
Yeah.
I know Nikki B bounced, but I did tease that I brought some EXP examples on here.
I remember when this one was on.
This was a $60 pickup on the EXP, and when you're first looking at it, you're like, oh, it's just a 747 on 4 panels from John Byrne's Hulk run that he wrote with Ron Garney and Dan Green doing the art. But there is a shadow of the Hulk about to drop in on that plane and bust shit up. And this subset that Rubén was talking about is I like collecting pages where characters are either falling in free fall of some kind, or at least falling down from the sky, even though there's going to be an attempted landing of some kind. So this kind of fits into that falling page category for me. And I did read this run and enjoy this run as well. So I would say, number 1, it's a falling page, but number 2, I also did enjoy this run. And it was very cheap, and it was a fun pickup while I was hanging out in a Friday night stream at some point this was in 2022. So, yeah.
And sorry,
I've got
how much was it, Kavi?
$60.
$60. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shaggy.
Written by John Byrne, Garney Green, Hulk.
Yeah, it's a fun series. It was a fun series.
Had you not bought this, I was going to pick it up at the end of the show.
Were you?
Yep, because 2 of my subsets are pages with dogs or pages with planes.
Oh, sweet.
Yep.
Well, if you ever want to make a trade, one $60 page for another $60 page down the line, you're first in line, I guess, Jeff.
Yeah, I know where this one's at.
Yeah, it ain't going anywhere before
If
then.
I want to make a move on it, I know where to find you.
Guys, I gotta say, okay, I think a lot of people in the hobby will agree that when it comes to, let's say, like science fiction, like Star Wars and Star Trek especially, maybe even Battlestar Galactica, a lot of us really love pages where the main ships are prominently shown on pages, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, I don't know, maybe I don't know what it is, but even a regular commercial aircraft like that, when it's in a really big panel like that, so it shows scale,
mm-hmm.
with the Hulk, shadow coming down.
Shadow of the Hulk.
That. I would have been tempted. I would have been tempted to that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you turn the page of that comic and there's like chaos going on.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I would love to get that page, but that page is going to be several $100.
Yeah, for
probably.
sure.
So
for sure. I'm just saying, I would have been tempted, especially at $60, just because it had that cool large panel of the aircraft. I just love.
A well-drawn plane is not something you usually find in a superhero comic.
Yeah.
Now, if you're looking at a war comic, where part of the detail is going to be the equipment, then that's more common. But, a lot of airplanes and superhero comics are just kind of...
Hulk was kind of, he wasn't exactly the a heroic type in this scene or in this issue,
Well,
yeah.
He was under the control of an external force,
Force.
Yeah. Forces, yeah.
All right. Jeff, you're up next. Let us see what we got.
Reveal the magic curtain.
For you. Here we go.
So this is a page that I bought having no knowledge of the series whatsoever.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. So I saw this one. This was eBay listing, but it was Comic-Con art, which also is a art dealer with their own site. Bought this off their eBay store, and this was to get technical, this was $31.55.
Wow.
$31.55. Wow.
Yeah, this is I think this is 10 by 14. It's a slightly smaller board than the traditional 11 by 17. But what caught my attention was this was a hand watercolored page. This wasn't
it's cool.
Watercolored
Beautiful.
Color guide. This was actual painted art for publication. And it's a husband and wife duo. So Tyler did the main part of the art and his wife Hilary did the color work. I'm an archaeologist, which I think most of the people watching know. I've done genealogy since I was 10, doing my own family tree research. I've spent a lot of summer vacations pulling ticks off my legs after walking through a lot of old cemeteries. And something about that bottom panel is what initially caught my attention. And then the longer I looked at the listing, I decided I just liked the overall look. And then as the beauty of it is with a lot of independent books or some of the non-superhero books that kind of slide under the radar. Black Badge came out in 2019. For those who aren't familiar with it, it's about the secret upper tier of the Boy Scouts who earn the Black Badge, which means you become undercover agents that complete things like international assassinations of political figures. And there's this whole understory about the ethics of having kids doing this kind of work and big government and all sorts of topics that seem very contemporary today. And so this was just a pleasant surprise. Because the price was right for me to take the gamble, this looks better in person than it does on the screen. I'm totally happy. Now, I will point out that part of this series was colored on digital art that was printed out on separate boards, is my understanding, so that there are black and white ink boards out there for some of the issues, but then some of the issues, because of schedule, it allowed for all of the art to wind up on one board.
Can I just say, for an indie comic whose artists I've never heard of before, I gotta say, pencils and inks, Tyler Jenkins, it's really nice. I mean, it's really pro level stuff. So even just if it was black and white, I find it really lovely artwork. The fact that his wife hand watercolored it, and the watercolors are beautiful as well. And again, yes, I know a lot of you are thinking, but that's not superheroes. Who gives a shit? I get it. It's not for you. But for the minority of you who, like some of us here, who are willing and love buying stuff that's not only not non-superhero, but who are willing to buy
Studios.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
So it's even not, one of the big 2, 3, 4 studios.
So I think I had the first 5 or 6 issues. How many, was that a mini series or like a longer
it was 12 issues total.
12. Okay. I think I might have had like the first 5 or 6 issues at some point.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's just an outright steal for anybody willing to buy comic art because it attracts them, and with no need to have nostalgia factoring in, characters they know factoring in, just for the pure aesthetics of it all, right? Yeah, like $31 and whatever cents, wow.
Yeah, and I really like for how such a new book is like, you don't even the published page only had 2 narration word bubbles. Like all the other panels were already silent panels, right? So you're kind of getting the final effect of what was published all in the original art, which is kind of cool,
Yeah,
especially for that price. Yeah.
Sean wants everybody to know that he's got an eBay original art page ending in an hour that looks like it'll close at the price range for this show. Thanks, Sean.
Everyone open that second browser window and go check it out.
For self-promoting. Good luck. I hope somebody snipes it so that it doesn't go too cheaply. Very John J. Muth says, Matt, I don't need no superheroes. Shouldn't that be stinking superheroes? I think this page is a standout in its own right. Exactly, Evgeny. Absolutely. Buying art because it's beautiful rather than nostalgic should be a part of everyone's collection. Absolutely, Peter. I absolutely agree, for sure.
And again, that's another aspect of our hobby. It's so broad that you can have a category where you're just buying the art because artistically you're attracted to it without any of the other connotations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the thing too. Also, this is why budget collecting, if you will, it's fun because even if you're somebody who can still afford the type of art that they primarily want to get, even for you guys, it's something that you might consider as a fun sort of thing, like in between purchases of your usual thing, right? You might want to consider doing these small subsets that we might be giving you ideas for, whether it's Christmas appearance collecting or, whatever the case may be.
And for those of us who don't have a pull box as our local comic shop anymore, sometimes the art leads me to picking up a trade that I totally missed. And in that instance, I did. And I really enjoyed the story once I found my way to it through the art.
Yeah, that's a great thing to say, too, because in most cases, of course, people will buy the stuff from the comics they already know. But I also, like you, Jeff, have done that where it's like, yes, I've often bought things from comics I didn't read. And like you just said, when I would get the page, I'd look at it and I'd be like, oh, I'd read it if it had words, or I'd track down the comic online just to read that page. And the page was intriguing enough where I'd be like, oh, it sounds pretty interesting. And I'd start reading the comic, you know what I mean? So it can reverse, right? The reverse thing that most people do. So it's fun. Diversify, exactly, Matt. Spoken like an addict that will settle for any fix. Just ordered Black Badge complete collection off Amazon for $20.
I was just talking to someone about it at San Diego Comic-Con, and I ordered the same softbound trade that I'm going to pass to them as a gift the next time I see them. Just because we were talking about the fact being former Boy Scouts, this caught our attention.
Cool, man. All right. So yeah, another giveaway. It might as well be free. Like, $31. It's the kind of stuff, a lot of this stuff, guys, I also want to say, is the kind of stuff where another reason I love buying this stuff is because I don't care. And I think, Kavi, you mentioned it earlier. If one day, the day comes where it's time to like, okay, I'm getting rid of my entire collection, right? I get rid of my main stuff, and now it's time to get rid of this cheapy stuff. If the cheapy stuff, if I, quote unquote, lose my shirt on that shit financially, I don't care. It won't bother me because it's so cheap that the enjoyment level that it provides is worth so much more to me than the little amount of money that I pay for every piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So whatever, if I did take a loss, and not that you're guaranteed to lose, but even if I did, it would not bother me, because it's so cheap that the enjoyment level is already you over the years you extract so much more enjoyment value from it than what you paid. So who cares? You know what I mean?
And I will tell Newell that
as long as you look at it every once in a while.
Oh no, but of course, yeah. You got to be somebody who actually looks and enjoys it, gets the enjoyment, right? Yeah, not just sock it away after the first 2 minutes. You look at it when it comes in, and then you put it away, and you never look at it again. Yeah, then what's the point, All right, so let me go in, and I will be the next one. Let me see. Support your local comic shop if you can. Certainly is. No giveaways. I'm not a multi-millionaire publisher, in case you are not aware, so I don't do giveaways anymore. And I also, sorry to say, but I dislike the idea of people who never come in to watch my show and support the show suddenly coming in just because there's a giveaway so they can get something for free. I'm not a fan of that, so no more giveaways. And Rubén is giving a box of freezies. I'll mail you guys a freezie, a melted freezie if you want. Exactly. So yeah, let me jump back in here, and
I'll give you free criticism of your calf gallery.
There you go.
One person only tonight.
Oh gosh. All right. So like Kavi earlier with the Batman page, I believe this is going to be my most expensive piece tonight. If it's not, then there might be one other, but. So yeah, so let me show. Okay, it's another obvious pick, but that's okay. So yeah, so I bought this in the year it came out, 2021. It's by Mike Perkins from the Swamp.
Never heard of it. Never seen any art from it.
No, I know. You should get yourself a complete book.
Try to get some.
Well, I will say I did not actually pick up a page from this, but seeing you guys posting art from this, I did read the story.
God, it's so good.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I always love a good lead-in page. I will admit, I own the page after this, which leads into a splash page of Swamp Thing holding Jennifer in his arms, very Pieta-like, which Kavi loves. In the middle of the swamp. And that would have been, for most people, that's usually okay. And even for me, often that's what I do. But I love a good lead-in page. And after I bought the splash, I kind of looked at this and I was like, I love what's happening here. I love the storytelling. I'm a horror fan. And so I love the whole idea of Jennifer running through the swamp as she's being chased by that scary version of Jason Woodrue, the Floronic Man. And especially as you lead to those last three panels.
Yeah, those final three panels are just excellent.
Yeah, I just love that. So I was like, okay, I got to get this too, man. Even if I didn't have the splash, I would still have wanted this. And so, so this was, compared to everything else tonight, more on the pricey side. So this was, cost me $275. So
that would have been my exact guess. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, because I'm familiar with the pricing from this series so much because I bought so much.
Yeah. So that's it. It's a little less than $300. but yeah, for something like this, for an artist who was getting a lot of, at the time, really strong rave reviews for the title, the story, was getting a lot of rave reviews. Yeah, to be able to get a page that looks like this, nice horror related page, for less than $300, I just think it's a bargain. So yeah, that's why I figured I'd show it, and that's why I bought it.
Yeah, I got a Rom V written page as one of my other picks tonight as well. So
a Rom V what pick?
I said one of my other picks is a book where Rom V wrote.
Oh right, yes.
One of my other budget picks. Yeah.
It's actually, what's up, Jason? It's actually coming soon, I believe.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Who can afford it? I don't know who can afford it. I know it's tougher to afford the Batman first and second night stuff, obviously, but it's well worth it for those of you who have picked up a piece. You know it. When you get those in person, you really see why they cost what they cost. What does Perkins get per page these days? I mean, I don't know. Depends on the title. Look at my website. Thanks, Tom. There's another Perkins fan.
I bet you Matt was asking you to reveal like what Mike actually gets paid, which probably would not be appropriate for this show.
That would definitely not be appropriate. Artists go to town when they do Swamp Thing. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a great character, The last panel.
Swamp Thing page if it doesn't have good swamp in it.
Yeah.
And that is one thing that Mike Perkins did fabulous on the series is the foliage and stuff on every page was incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, beautiful stuff. No, Sean. No. They'll be around the same sort of basic price structure, Marcus. Not that you picked up a page from the first night, so does it really matter?
They're incredibly oversized, right, Rubén? Or
yeah. They're 16.5, so 16 and a half inches across by 21 tall. 21 tall, yeah. That's what they call A2 in England. Thank you, Tom. And I don't know what you just said there, Stingray. Mike has the organic angled nails. Well, yes, a brush artist tends to be more organic. You get organic effects, CJ, with the brush, and so that's why an organic character really suits that type of art style best. Under 300 for that page is an absolute deal. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Lucky for Rubén, he didn't have to go too far to find it.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Thanks,
almost
Kavi.
fell in his lap.
Thank you. Oh, it's almost like it did. It was almost like it was literally lying on my lap for a while. Thanks, Stingray. Thanks. Okay, Sumpf, the German word for swamp. Okay.
Sometimes you can find a good deal just leafing through your desk.
I know. I don't know. It just happens sometimes. At times,
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep going with Kavi's next piece. And as a coincidence would have it, everyone, and Kavi, correct me if I'm wrong or not, but this might have been the page we showed on your official show and tell episode, but it could have been another one. I don't remember.
It was on a hangout.
On a hangout?
It wasn't a show and tell. It was like an old, several years ago hangout.
Okay.
You're talking about the Graffities wall.
Yeah.
A non-erotic person. Yeah.
Yeah. Here it is. Let's talk about it.
Okay, so that top panel is obviously stat if you look over on the right. And then, it's not necessarily a action content, massive splash level page, but it's a deep part of the storytelling that Ron V and An create in this book. Graffities Wall was a standalone graphic novel that Dark Horse put out. It's about these teenagers in Mumbai, India, kind of struggling to, survive, thrive, get by. The main character is a graffiti artist, and I'd already bought from Anand's rep, probably the best page in the whole book, this crazy splash page, featuring the main character and a huge wall of graffiti. And so that was kind of my showstopper page from this book that I'm really a big fan of. I'm really a big fan of everything that Ron V has written. And all of the projects that Anand has done artwork on. And I love the fact that they're an Indian pairing of creators. As an Indian person myself, it's not like there's just dozens of Indian creators making comics that get into the mainstream. Rubén, are you talking right now? Because if so, you're on mute or something. I can't hear you.
Nope.
Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, so this is kind of I wanted a page that featured one of the main character's friends, right? And in this particular example, one of his friends is talking about the lost art of writing letters to people, and he's kind of leaving letters to random people on the street, to a rickshaw driver, to to a homeless person, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the portion of storytelling that this is taking place in. But this page was $25, so this cost me $25.
$25? What?
Yeah, Comic Link. I bought it on. I don't know what it originally was from the artist, but someone tried to just ditch it quickly. I assume.
It would have been 300 if you had the stat piece.
And did you learn from one of my many shows over the years where I said shop on Comic Link? It's the great.
Well, I don't know, but I don't know if you were doing this show by then or not. But maybe you were. I don't remember. But
I'm joking.
I think this was a 2023 Comic Link win for $25. So. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with having, it is almost like I ordered the burger by paying retail for the splash page directly from Anand, and his rep, right? Yeah. And now I'm getting a cheap, large order of French fries with this to get a second page. That's kind of the way I looked at it. It's like I'm getting a side character page instead of a main character page from a book I really loved. From an artist and writer combination I really love that happened to share my cultural background, right? Yeah. So that's all the appeal for it for me. In isolation, looking at this, it's like, it's kind of like, okay, if you don't know the story and you're not a fan of Anand, and if you're not a fan of Ram, it's like, okay, this is not going to appeal to you, but $25 and all those three things appeal to me. So
I know a lot of check boxes for your collecting interest. So
that's one of the many things that I wanted to point out to people tonight, that a lot of these things will not appeal to most of you, but this is why I was saying at the top of the show, try to pay attention to what we say, the things we talk about, our reasoning for buying these things, right? Because that will give you ideas as to maybe what you can do for yourselves. And this is a perfect example of that. And of course, I already knew, but just the fact that I knew Kavi was a Ron V fan, obviously with Kavi being of Indian origin, and I know that I haven't read it myself, but knowing that series was taking, set in India, of course, that's got more of a connection to somebody like Kavi, right? And so that's the kind of thing that I want to sort of impose on everybody watching and listening, is that if you look for things like this, where you personally, other people may not give a crap, but you may have different types of personal connections to this type of stuff. And when you do, it makes it all the more special to you. And shit, when you can get it for $25 randomly on some auction, I mean, they're giving it away. Take it, right? I mean,
that's just it. Is when it's something that isn't widely checking boxes for people, you're not competing with a dozen other people in that auction.
Exactly. Like Rick says, I'll put it back up. Like Rick says, some dealers charge more just for shipping, right? I mean, and that's not to denigrate somebody's charge for shipping. It's just putting context to how cheap some of this stuff can be. That you paid less for it than the cost to ship it. I mean,
and sometimes with the comic links and the heritages, I'm shipping multiple wins all together, and I'm kind of spreading those extra charges across, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages or whatever.
Exactly. Me too.
For folks that don't have a lot of experience with the auction houses, it's not a bad thing to talk to some of their reps, because then you can make arrangements like that. If you're buying $25 pages and then spending $25 to ship it.
Yeah, that makes very little sense.
As opposed to waiting and doing it at 4 months.
Yeah, but if you want to do that, it's so cheap already.
It's still affordable, right?
It's so exactly. I couldn't believe you were saying that, Jeff, because I was like, oh my God, I got to jump in and say this now, because because you are right. You're right. Like if you want to, you know, to sort of cheapen the average cost per piece, you're right. But if it's that cheap at that price level, and to you in your head, you're like, I would have paid $100 for that or $150.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you're like, who cares? Let me pay you $25 for shipping, $25 for the art, and let it cost me $50. It's still ridiculously cheap. You know what I mean?
And I'm only saying that because I know of one piece of mine that we'll see tonight. But
I would highly encourage anybody that has any interest level whatsoever to read that graphic novel, because it's
I intend to.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's excellent. It could be. You could sit down and read it in probably an hour, hour and a half. You know, it's not like 1,000 pages. It's pretty. It's like a sit down and then read the whole thing kind of experience. And it's great. It's a great story.
A one sitting read. Yeah. All right, fantastic. Yeah, great score there, and Hart is loving it. I'll put it back up because you didn't notice probably. Love your art, even if it's not loved by others. That's it. And heck, I bought a pair of pages for $45, and the shipping from Italy cost $45. Well, that's the point. It's so cheap. Who cares? You know,
there's no way around that more expensive international.
Yeah,
shipping,
you can't.
especially
Yeah, exactly.
from those Canadians.
Yeah. hey. Let me just not get into that. But I do want to say, I don't know if you guys ever experienced this, but like, or not personally, but maybe you heard through the grapevine. There have been over the years many people, like just like when I used to be on eBay and I'd read people's feedback. I would see people neg somebody, right? Give negative feedback to a seller, right? So the person was the buyer. He leaves negative feedback to the seller. Guess why? The feedback, something to the effect of, the art only cost me $11.99 and he charged me $20 shipping. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but that's listed in advance of the sale.
Right. You should have known that going in.
Yeah. And not only that, but that shouldn't even be the point. The real point should be, who gives a shit? You got the page for only $11.99. Like, what are you talking about? It's not the post office's fault or the shipper's fault. Like, what are you? Some people are so stupid sometimes.
Yeah, that's the worst. Like, sellers practically giving the item away for free and they still get negative feedback.
Right.
Yeah, just because no one else bid on that
shipping
auction
fees.
and you swiped it doesn't mean that they should lower that shipping cost.
Marcus called it on the shipping too much negative feedback thing. But yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. All right. So next is Jeff Wedding. And let us go to this piece. All right. So let's check this out, everybody. The next one here in Jeff's collection.
So speaking of that shipping comment I made just a few moments ago.
Shipping of a different kind.
It's practically golden age right here.
So 1950s art. This is one of those big, 70-something page comics that had multiple 5 to 8 page stories in it. This one was all themed on pirates. So you've got some great ship art going on. John Tartagliane's one of those journeyman artists that doesn't rank like a Kirby, but I didn't pass an opportunity to get an example of his early work when I saw this at Heritage, and no one had bid on it. So this was a $1 Heritage win.
Oh,
which of course everyone knows, and this is for the young collectors out there, there is no such thing as a $1 win at Heritage, because the minimum $29 minimum. Right, buyer's premium gets tacked on, so it's $30, and then you throw on $19, $20 shipping. It's a $50 page. But 1950s twice up art.
Arrgh, matey, says Matt. I got to do I figured I'd add the sound effects to his comment.
Which is exactly, what I was doing when I was staring at the auction list. And so, this was one that, again, with my interest in history, caught my attention, and who, as a kid, didn't like pirates. So, for $1, and then doing the mental math, because that's key when you're bidding an auction, is okay, I'm putting this number in, but what is that real number with the buyer's premium plus
Right.
the rest of it? This page I bought this year from Heritage, as I mentioned. And yeah, it was $30. Yeah, it was just under 50 with the shipping and all. So
yeah.
1959,
man. That's just for the historic aspect of it. It's fun, you know.
Right, and it's
pirate ships. You know, who didn't love pirate ships as a kid, right? So.
Yep. So the top panel alone can fill my screen, or top two
panels. Look at that.
Because it is twice up art.
Nice and large, yeah.
Yeah.
I love all the writing on the left border too.
Oh yeah. So when you get editor's notes and stuff on it, it's great. They were talking about changing some of the text to italics and stuff to emphasize different parts and the word balloons, particularly the ship names. In this instance, in that top panel, it's actually a bunch of sailors who dress up as pirates to take a ship back that had been captured. And so all the ship names, they were saying we should italicize the USS Philadelphia and stuff. So, yeah. And again, one of those things with art, there are some folks that don't like cropped margins or don't like a lot of nonsense going on in the margins.
Matt!
I wasn't going to call him out, but we can't. So Matt doesn't like crop margin. That leaves, room for some of us who don't mind it so much to
one less bidder on all those.
Pick up a page more affordably. So.
Yeah, look, like Peter and Murdoch, and I think the majority of people love to see those editors and writers and artist notes, on the borders. That just gives adds to the fun, I think, of the production process. It puts you in that mindset of takes you back right to that same day of you envision them having written that, yeah. I mean, it just adds to the fun. It adds fun value, if not monetary value, Yeah,
maybe a print.
I was gonna say
for all that.
A sketch of an arm on a napkin.
A print with a signature.
Yeah, exactly. But no, very, very, very fun stuff. Yeah, and like you said, especially if you like history too, that kind of stuff, that's a lot of fun, Stingray says, I have a page that I bought specifically because the handwritten note to the colorist made me laugh. Yeah, I mean that's nice. It's fun stuff, right? Okay. Excellent choice there, Jeff. My turn now, and I will go to my next piece, and I don't even know what it is. Where is it? Oh, okay. Well, it's another obvious one. It's you already saw it because it's the art from tonight's thumbnail. So here it is.
The sneak peek clue.
Yeah, so it's from Teen Titans from 20 years ago, 2005, by Tom Grummett. Really, really cool. Nelson DeCastro inks. He usually, I will admit, is an over-renderer. He over-renders everything. It's a little too much. He doesn't know when to pull back. But I do really love what he did with Grummett's pencils here in this issue. And so everybody, I'm a Teen Titans lover, but I won't say that I'm a lover of Green Arrow. I'm not a hater. Never, I've never been a Green Arrow collector per se, but I've always been a fan of all the Justice League characters, the originals, and for me, it was just an opportunity to pick up really beautiful line work, nicely inked, Tom Grummett stuff. Of an old Justice League character, a longtime member, with great content quality as well, because he's literally in every panel, long shots, mid-range shots, sort of close-ups, and a little bit of a fun, silly villain that Mr. Red Jack, Brian himself, loves. One of those guys from the what do you call it? How are those guys called again? The playing card guys. Anyways, Marcus is probably
I know what you're thinking of, but
busy.
That name is escaping me as well.
Marcus is probably typing it
Not
in
like
right
the
now.
Wild Card Gang or something, but it is along those lines.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, I always forget.
Royal Flush Gang. Yeah, Caesar's got
Royal Flush.
Gang.
Yeah, Royal Flush Gang. Thanks, Caesar. Yeah, Royal Flush Gang. Yeah. So this one.
So wait, you mean there's Teen Titans art that's not by George Perez from the 1980s?
Exactly. Imagine that. Wow.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Shocking, right?
Oh, this is a really cool. You haven't said the price yet, but it's really cool.
Yeah,
so I'm very curious.
So I bought this actually in 2018 at Comic Link, and it cost me exactly $143.51. And I can tell you that was cheaper than what I had sold it for probably 10 years earlier. I owned it previously and I sold it 10 years before, and I decided to buy it back when I got an opportunity to buy it back about a decade after when
you originally sold it. What did you sell it for? It
was probably either 150 or 175. Yeah,
nice.
And I bought it back for 143.51.
I was the underbidder at 143. Okay, I wasn't, but
were you a tracking bidder?
At 143.51, I would have used my cut bid.
You know, the point being, fellas,
you said Comic Link, right?
Comic Link, yeah. So another shout out to Comic Link, good value, and less than $150 for a well-known DC, long-time DC character action page with the character in every single panel. One of my favorite artists for less than $150. So awesome. Yeah, love it. You know, to me, that's bargain art, you know. When you're talking about, you know, mainstream superhero art, certainly, you know. So yeah. Okay. So from there,
that's the kind of Green Arrow page that, even though it's quote unquote modern, I guess it's 20 years old already.
Yeah, it's still contemporary to me, though.
The character design still evokes an older version of the character that it could bring you modern nostalgia. You know what I mean? Like it can, like even if you're a character that is a fan of that, even if you're a collector that's a fan of that character from
the old stuff.
Yeah, from the Bronze Age or whatever. It's still it could still
evoke like
that.
Green Lantern.
Yeah, and that's what I talked about in past episodes where when people say, you know, the vintage collectors that say, and by the way, just so you guys know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I used to be this way myself until I finally something clicked and I changed my thinking. But people still say, well, I just don't get it. That new stuff, like it has no nostalgia, you know, for me. And I'm like, it's not really true. I used to think that way. And then I realized the more I looked at the new stuff and realized how many great artists there are in contemporary comics, the more I looked at it, and I'd be like looking at pages, whether it's Green Lantern, Hulk, Spidey, whatever. I'm like, when I look at the artwork, I am still nostalgic. It still makes me nostalgic because it reminds me of my love, how I first fell in love with those characters back when I was a kid. You know what I mean? So sure, you're not getting the nostalgia kick that most guys talk about of, oh, it's a direct tie back to an issue I read as a kid, right?
Right.
But it just reminds me of, hell, I was a 4-year-old being plopped in front of the television and watching the Super Friends when it came out. You know what I mean? So the contemporary art still does provide nostalgia for the love that you have for these characters from childhood, just not specific issues. That's all.
Yeah.
You know? So, okay. Let's keep it rolling. We're going to go to Jeff's next pick. Or is it Kavi?
Yeah, I think it's me and Jeff.
Yep. I apologize. Yeah, it is you, of course.
We can switch up the order at any time.
About anything.
No. All right, let's check it out. Kavi, here's yours.
Oh, yeah. So I got to say, Sean Chen is like one of the most underrated artists, in my opinion, since he started doing work professionally to now.
Yeah, Paul Choi is going to say the same thing.
Yes, I know my brother Carl Triple X Choi is going to definitely agree with that statement and sentiment. But not only that, but I don't even think people really remember that Tom Palmer inked him on his Elektra run, which is kind of, I didn't honestly until I found this page back when I bought it for $35 cash at Terrificon 2021.
Wow.
And look, so I'm an Elektra fan. I enjoy a lot of the different published runs, writers, artists who have done the character. There's a lot of higher end Daredevil and Elektra art out there that's very, very hard to afford. And then there's lower end stuff.
Hard to find, even if you can.
And impossible to find in some cases. Right. Yeah, exactly. And for this, yeah, you only get Elektra in one panel, but she's on the page, and it's 100% clear that that's Sean Chen's version of the character, and that's all I needed for a $35 price tag. Plus, with Sean Chen, you always get the bonus of like a whole set of prelims on the back of the board. You know what I mean? So you get a whole bunch of prelims on the back of pretty much every one of his art boards. Has his prelim work on the back. You get Tom Palmer inking here, and you get a great single panel of Elektra. You also see her kind of running away in that bottom right panel. You see, like, you know, she's kind of just escaping the scene real quickly. But really, it's about that second panel shot of Elektra through the window or whatever.
And
that made me want the page, especially for $35.
Yeah, man. And can I just say too, I got to give props. Okay, so Tom Palmer is a favorite of a lot of us. Okay, and including myself. And I got to give him props because even the greatest of the greats don't always do what I consider, you know, the best work. And what I mean by that is when you're an inker like Palmer, who's always been a brush inker, most people he inks, it looks great. But oftentimes, if the penciler he inked didn't have a very recognizable, distinctive style, he ends up burying them, right?
He overpowers them, yeah.
Right. But,
or on the license work. Like
but I don't think that's the case here.
No, that's why I want to give props, because this is one of the rare times where Palmer didn't Palmerize Sean Chen.
Yeah.
He actually followed the pencils that were there. That's really shocking. You'd never see Palmer do that. So I got to give props for him for having.
And you know, off the top of my head, most of my Palmer stuff is older. That, you know, is pre-2000, right? Pre-year 2000.
Yeah.
Hell, most of my Palmer stuff is pre-90s, right? It's 80s and late 60s, early 70s or whatever. I don't have a ton of Palmer inked art, but it's mostly older stuff. But here's an example of a newer page that directly fits into a category that I collect that I found super cheap in person at a show. No fees, no shipping, just cash money, $35. And yeah,
$35. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I sent you the scan of the prelims on the back. You can literally see in the top right corner 35 on the scan of the prelims, and the prelims are cool too. So yeah, I get a lot of value from that. So.
Somehow, I apologize, Kavi, but somehow as I downloaded all the scans, I didn't notice that one as I was downloading it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't make a. Otherwise, yeah, I always like to show the back if there's something on the back, you know. So I apologize.
That page is up in my calf, and in the additional images, there's the prelims on the back type thing.
Okay, good. Yeah, use the direct link to Kavi's Cap Gallery down below the description here, and Jeff as well. All our links are down.
Yeah, because there's another pick I picked later that has stuff on the back that adds, I think, a lot of value to the pick. But I can explain that later when we get to that pick.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, because I did. There are some other pieces tonight. That's why I'm sorry, because there are other pieces.
No worries.
I am going to show the back, you know. So
right.
So I just don't. I don't want to make you feel. I don't want to say nothing, and then when we get to those, you're going to be like, "Why didn't you show my back?"
I don't care.
Just so you know,
I don't like for the record, I don't think the prelims on the back add monetary value.
No, they don't.
It's always part of his process, which is cool. Yeah. Which is cool that you get that, because you're already getting affordable, highly finished published art. from him for next to nothing.
Always adds interest, not necessarily price.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's it. It's just fun, more fun and enjoyment value added, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. Okay, so we will go over to your next pick here, Jeff. And this is a fun way to get older superhero art. Check this out.
So,
if the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits.
It's nice.
So it doesn't happen often, thank goodness. But there are occasions where our favorite artists pass away and their estates go to auction. Sometimes it is hard to parse that stuff out. So this is a Detective Comics page. Obviously, you would want a lot of Batman, and in this case, you just get the gauntlet grabbing the shoe there in the last panel. And Irv Novik's family handed hundreds of pages to Heritage, so this was a pickup this year from Heritage. It was a $70 hammer price, which means it was $99 with the buyer's premium for a 1980s Detectives Comics page. And as mentioned, I'm an archaeologist, and he mentions archaeologists in that first panel. He probably can't read it.
That's fun.
And
yeah.
so between being an 80s vintage DC Detectives page and having that archaeologist shout out, that's what caught my attention. And then again, the price stayed low. So
yeah, and Hyder and Peter both noticed that the layout is cool. He says, cool layout, and Peter likes the storytelling, which means the layout is cool, right? So
in this instance, he's doing his detective hat, and he's following a kidnapped woman down into where she's being held in the subway. And so it's his thought process as he's encountering clues and stuff on her trail.
That's what I love about it too. It's the storytelling, the fact that you wouldn't know if you weren't reading it. You wouldn't know that it was a Batman story but you can tell it looks kind of like detective work is going on. Like somebody's following a trail of some kind, right? And then you suddenly see that very famous Finn glove of his reach for the shoe. It's a lot of fun. Really, really cool. Yeah. $99, right?
$99.
$99, yeah. Bargain. Very, very nice. And
again, so much has been coming to auction, and we'll talk about this more related to a Star Wars page that I picked. When a lot of art from a particular artist hits at auction, either there's competitive bidding on pages with more character or whatever on them, and sometimes these that have lesser character on them fly through.
The less appealing, wide mainstream content goes far under.
Right. Or enough has hit market that those people who would normally be buying it are tapped out. And
True.
Start to go below market just because everyone's already bought so much. Their budgets are shot. And,
right. Like all the Palmer stuff towards the end.
Yeah.
All right, very good, very nice, and yeah, like I was saying, that's verging on more than 40 years ago. It's like close to 45 years, or whatever already. My first year collecting, right? It was 1982 that issue. So, yeah, nice, fun stuff. So again, that's kind of something for you guys to keep in mind. When you're tired of being able to, let's say you are a Batman fan, and you like the older stuff. But I don't want to pay, $1,600 for an Aparo or $1,800 for an Aparo. Okay, how about getting Batman in the panels, but maybe by Ed Hannigan or Irv Novik or whoever? And then if you don't want to pay those prices, how about sticking with those artists, but going towards pages that have maybe Batman in one panel, two panel, that kind of thing.
Right.
Still,
or there's just something else about the page that appeals to you.
Something else. Yeah, personally, yeah.
Like Jeff called out, the archaeology element of
the archaeology element, exactly. Yeah, some kind of personal connection, exactly. Speaking of personal connections, that's a great segue because my next pick is coming up. And, let me show it to you. It is strip art, Jane Arden by Russell Ross from September 25th. It's the daily from, 1936.
It's platinum era art.
Yeah.
Let me tell you guys, I picked this up only 2 years ago on Heritage. And this is a strip, a daily that had previously sold already 2 previous times. And I forget the lowest one it went for, but the highest was like 260 or something like that. And then that person ended up reselling it on Heritage. And then I ended up getting it for $119. Nice. And the reason I like this, other than I certainly love being able to get stuff that's like 80 to 100 years old, especially strip art, which I love. I love getting that for, $100, $200, just cheap prices. But what I really want to point out here, guys, we were just speaking about having a personal connection to certain art that we buy. So this is one of those. And this also ties into the whole subset thing I was mentioning earlier in the show. So if you read this particular daily, you'll see that what the topic of conversation between the woman and the older gentleman is that she's trying to get hot stock tips from him because he's some wealthy guy apparently. And I don't know, because obviously I've never read the strips before and after this one. I don't know if he's a con man or if he's truly wealthy, due to his investments. It's hard to tell. But she's basically trying to get stock tips from him. She's getting greedy. And he's trying to tell her, like, take my advice, my dear. Get out of the market for the time being. There's going to be a killing. And in those days, that meant, there's going to be like a crash. And it's like, stay out of the market and just, take your profits now or whatever. And she's like, oh, why can't you just tell me? And, whatever. And so bottom line is that the personal connection I have to this, some of you know, I've mentioned it in the past. I have always been an investor since I was I started teaching myself about investing when I was 23. I've been investing since I was 24. And so many years ago, I decided a fun way, when I was getting tired at a certain point of how expensive the art that I love, it was getting, I said, I want to find art that I really also can love and enjoy, but that it costs me very little. And so I went back into my strip art, which I was already collecting certain strip art, specific strips. And I decided to find strips that had to do, I figured, if I could find strips where the subject matter has to do with the stock market or investing in general or the economy in general, I said, that'll be a fun subset to collect in a cheap way. And that's it. That's why I started doing that. And this is one of those examples. And what's funny is I hadn't actually found and added an example of something related to finance and the economy or the stock market in many, many years until this piece came up. I saw it and suddenly I was like, oh, wow, I haven't added one to that subset in years. I'm going to go for this, and then, to get it, spend $119 to add this. To me, this is, again, like I say, it's 89 years old also.
Yeah, and I think, and the time period at which it was created, given the subject matter, like Robert Berman's saying in the chat,
right.
I think that makes it even cooler, because it would have been more of a, I guess, risk to talk about this kind of stuff during those difficult financial times, Yeah,
because this was during the Depression.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. Really cool. I think I own less than 5 strips total, but this is the kind of strip for the price that I'd be totally tempted by. It's really nice.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Maki, you love it too. Great. Good to see somebody appreciates it. A glimpse back in time, indeed.
Yep, that's one of the appeals for this era of art is just looking at the clothing and the settings.
Oh,
the automobiles and
the fashion.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. And I love another good segue. It's not coming for a while, but later that's the whole automobile thing that plays into another one of my pieces later on. So Yeah, exactly. That me too. I mean, that's why I love the 30s to 60s period in America, because I just love the visuals, the aesthetic of that time period in America, you know, especially the clothing, the automobiles, you know. Yeah. So, all right. So from there, we're going to go back to Kavi, your next piece here. And this is another.
How many do I have left? Like 3 or 4?
Oh, you got a lot.
Started losing track.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. We got a lot. I don't want to remind you, because otherwise,
all right.
yeah.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Here we go, everybody. Kavi's next piece. Check it out.
Back to Star Wars.
Back to Star Wars.
Smokes, look at that.
Yeah. So,
but a montage splash. A montage splash. Very cool, right?
It's a montage splash, and it's also the second in a 2-page sequential, sequence of splash pages, right? So I actually own the splash page before this as well. So the page 14 splash and the page 15 splash kind of went back to back, and in this issue, Qui-Gon's having this Force vision. So the story of the whole Force vision is being told by these 2 montage splash pages back to back on page 14 and 15. So I bought bought both of them in 2021 for $150.
Wow, both
Artist Corey Smith, and so like just to give you a little taste, you know. I was a young teenager when the Phantom Menace came out. I was of the perfect age group to like everything good about it and connect with it. And I think a lot of people know I'm a big fan of Darth Maul, but on the opposite end, I'm also a big fan of the Qui-Gon Jinn character. A fan of one dark side character and a fan of the other light side character from this film, especially the way that Liam Neeson has portrayed the character. So I don't know. I thought this was just a really cool sequence. It's not happening in the quote unquote real life storytelling within the issue. It's happening within a Force vision of the issue, storytelling within this issue. But to end on that final shot of the lit saber in his hand, in that like I'm ready to kick some ass with the saber pose that Qui-Gon has. Is really maybe Jar Jar's at the top of that hierarchy. No, it's Darth Maul and Qui-Gon.
Rare pages where I think the coloring actually really helps the art.
It's actually cool
because they did color over all that organic.
Yeah, and I sort of wish I sent you both pages, because they're both $150 splash pages, and they were sequential, right? And they kind of belong together as a set, like. It's like I thought about just buying only one of them, but I just couldn't, because storytelling wise, they belong together or whatever. But yeah, another great book, and I really enjoyed Marvel's one-shots from this era where they did all these books. Yeah, Age of one-shots. They did Age of Republic for the prequel stories. They did Age of Rebellion for the original trilogy stories, and then they did Age of Resistance for the sequel era. Comic one-shots, and I bought every single one of those one-shots off the stand, quote unquote the stand, whatever, off the shelf at Midtown Comics in downtown Manhattan, which is where I think I was living at the time. So yeah, I have fond memories of buying all those books, reading all of them. And I think I've been able to pick up art from several of those one-shots.
Yeah,
that was one of my
favorites. Art from all but 2 of those, and I'm working on getting one of those.
Those were great. Those were great books. Great little one-shots.
And Kavi, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I am, but if I am, obviously correct me. Corey Smith is the same Corey Smith that did Invincible, correct?
That's Corey Walker. That was Corey
Walker. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
See, he did like the first few issues, and then Otley took over basically.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Sorry for the confusion, fellas. Everybody.
Yeah. Different Corey, but another artist where all of his work, I think it looks really nice, but his art's it's super affordable.
It's very affordable. Like wow. And that's what I was trying to say
he's
earlier.
Continued working at Marvel, because I think he's done some Doctor Strange and some Spider-Man since then.
I think so.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
He's rep by Chiaroscuro, I want to say, right? I think so. Yeah. So,
So yeah, go get yourself some very affordable Star Wars art. I mean, that's great. And you get characters. You can get characters. So many characters in that universe. You're bound to be able to find characters that you like, that appeal to you, and yeah, you get them for like very affordable prices. Like it's the Star Wars universe, I feel, has a lot. I wish I was like a more hardcore fan.
I could have only given you Star Wars picks.
I know.
Or you could go buy expensive X-Men art and not look at the affordable
No thanks.
Star Wars art.
That too.
I love X-Men, but it's tough, huh?
Yeah, that too.
Unless you find affordable X-Men art, and Rubén knows that I have.
Yes.
Up
I mean, it definitely does exist. Yeah, I think I'm more looking for Star Wars and Archie when I'm looking for affordable art than I am X-Men.
Right.
But it does exist.
You look X-Men for the lesser titles that weren't as popular or whatever. You can still get it, especially more contemporary.
I actually found one at Terrificon that I only paid $100 for this past weekend. It was a Gambit Bishop page by Tom Derenick. So,
or if you're starting a Pickles the Vamp subset like I did, that.
Oh yes. Okay. All right. So Jeff, you're up next, and we're going back to this IP, but I love it. Check this out. This is going to be I love this. Check it out.
Archie.
Right. So. Kavi, I think, looking at his gallery is what really started me thinking, hey, I used to read these when I was a kid, especially the Archie titles. I got a sister that's 3 years younger. So these books were ones that we could both share if the parents picked them up at the newsstands.
Yeah.
They showed up often because they could knock off, something that we would both enjoy reading. Yeah. And so what I did was I started thinking, okay, if I'm going to get an Archie subset, what am I looking for? And I mostly am now focusing on the primary artists, the Dan DeCarlos, the Bob Montanas across the run.
You gotta, yeah.
And trying to get examples from each of the major artists that worked on the Archie books.
Harry Lucy can be a little bit pricier, but his art is phenomenal though. So you should try to get.
I've realized that he's my favorite. Actually,
he's my favorite too. But he kind of eclipses that low end and into that mid end.
Exactly.
But again, his pages don't show up as frequently as some of the
That's
others.
True.
So they could be a little bit harder to find.
Yeah, there's way more DeCarlo out there for sure.
Right.
So, but the second year of the Vietnam War here, it's pretty cool, and you get a DeCarlo.
Dude, any page with Veronica yelling at Archie, I think is A-tier Archie content.
And not just that, but if you look carefully, she's like manhandling on the bottom of the panels,
slapping him and like
slapping him around,
by the throat.
giving him the beats. That's awesome. I love that shit. That's what makes it so great.
Another 2025 Heritage pickup was $149.
Love it.
How much?
$149.
$149 for a Silver Age Betty Veronica page.
I will just, as an aside, mention I do not like Heritage's new third-party shippers because
I hate them.
Showed up bent.
Because of what?
This page showed up bent.
The third-party shipper vendor thing.
So you know what? Not that I want to. Are you? First of all, okay. I want to say something about that. But are you? Do you want to say more about the page at all? Do you want to talk about the page more?
Just it checked the box of being a good Dan DeCarlo vintage. Because Dan had a huge run across multiple decades, but getting a pre-1970s page for that price. And again, for all the reasons you said with Veronica and Archie and the way she's throwing them around on the bottom half of the page.
And Jughead sneaks in there for a panel too.
Yeah, it was great. So it checked a lot of the Archie boxes for me, but particularly getting a good earlier Dan DeCarlo panel or page.
Fantastic. Yeah, like I said, that's great, cheap fun for $150 or less. Silver Age art. It's not superheroes, but imagine what. That's not any 1967 Marvel or even DC page, right, from that same time period, it's there's nothing dirt cheap left, so yeah, that's a lot of fun and good value for the money once again. What I just wanted to quickly segue, I don't want to stay on this too long. I wanted to ask about that whole, I didn't know that they were using a third-party shipper at Heritage, but I wanted to ask, is that why? Because this makes no sense to me. So I had recently bought something, and it was like a $2,200 piece, right? And I paid for it, and so I have this thing where for years they hold my stuff. I like to accumulate it before they ship, right?
Right.
And so I will always pay for the item, and then only when I call to say, "Hey, I'm ready for a shipment," well, even then, actually, they'll say, "Okay, we're going to ship it," and then only like 2 weeks after they've shipped it, did I typically get sent an email notification telling me, "Okay, here's the invoice for your shipping," and I would pay the shipping, because they don't know what it's going to cost until after they've shipped it.
Right.
I'm using I tell them to ship by USPS. But this recent purchase, as I checked out, not only did the checkout already tell me how much my shipping was, but maybe you guys know and can help explain why the shipping on a $2,200 item was only $11 and change. Does that sound normal to you? What the hell is that all about?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we just had this conversation offline, but a little while ago. But
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I just wondered if we bring it up publicly, maybe some of these guys in the chat have more experience with it.
Yeah, because for example, I won a $100 piece a couple weeks ago,
right,
and they charged me $14 to ship that.
Right.
So that's more than they charge you for a $2,200 piece.
Right.
So,
yeah, the shipping on my $1 pirate page was $19. Now, of course, it's oversized art, so it's going to be a step up of what an 11 by 17 would be. But I'm not sure how all that is working, and I know that it's only been, I think, in the last 6 months.
Okay.
Or maybe a year.
This was probably my first win from them in at least 6 months for sure. So that's why I was surprised. What the hell's going on?
And whatever that $100 thing was, is they shipped in one of those like thinner kind of mailers that's not inside like a real rigid box, or not a Uline mailer. Wow. It was like one of those. It was like this thin, like the packaging. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, and the page, the Betty and Veronica page, had 2 pieces of cardboard in it.
What? Like two pieces of cardboard? Or what? Like a standard?
Standard chipboard mailer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and it came folded in half?
Not folded in half, but
just
bent.
It
was
but bad enough. Like
creased through the board with a big bend.
Weak enough. Was the package weak enough that if you held it on, one arm on each end, could you have folded it in half yourself?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's shit. No, they can't be doing that. What the hell, man? Yeah. Shipping is what it is. I would like to just get my art. Have some weeks late now. Yeah, well, no, shipping is not what it is. You got to take care of it, and I'd rather pay more than $11 for a $2,200 thing
to make sure it shows up.
Yeah, I'm terrified of them shipping now,
and in good condition.
And by the way, that's another weird thing about the cost. $11 typically doesn't even, it has never even. That's what they typically charge me just to.
You don't have to say it is, but was that $2,200 win standard size, or was it a small?
It's a well, slightly more than, it's maybe 12 by 18 maybe.
So it's even bigger than standard size.
Yeah.
That makes even less sense
for
the $11.
Yeah. And not only that, by the way, guys, historically, when you paid for your Heritage shipment, it included however they deal with their insurance, right? They insure your package, it's including an insurance. So it's like $11. Like, what are you insuring? Like, it wouldn't even cover the insurance value, let alone the shipping cost or the packaging costs. Like, it's just insane. So now I'm terrified. Now that you've told me what happened to you, Jeff. But
yeah,
all right, I just figured
Marcus
I'd
is
bring it up.
saying it's COD, but
Move on.
he's just saying it's cod. It's actually just a jar of whitefish that's going to show up.
Anyways, well, we next week, as I said, guys, next week is a hangout episode where we talk about whatever, and maybe we can bring that up next week.
Yeah, if someone's got more intel, they can jump in and give us all an update.
Exactly.
Was it you next, Rubén?
Yeah,
or?
it's me, and so it's two pieces because of the orientation. They're on two slides, but it was a purchase that I did together, and so check this out, everybody. This is Dave Berg Mad Magazine art. I don't know how many of you guys grew up on Mad Magazine, but just like Harvey Comics and Archie Comics, I was a Mad Magazine reader even before I hooked on and latched on to superheroes.
Oh, it was around. I would read it in my the library of my school.
Oh, cool! Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, so I was a Mad fan before superheroes, and so I picked this up. Let me show you the next one as well. So, well, first let me
look at that vest. Is that Marty McFly? Is that old Marty McFly?
It is not. It is not. But it is, the guy on the right is Maxwell Gaines, of the guy who created Mad Magazine.
Right.
So that's kind of fun. And so basically the joke is that the homeless guy walks up to him and says, "Hey, sir, can you spare a few dollars?" He's like, "Yeah, so you can drink it away?" I should say not. And then the homeless guy says, "Oh, on the contrary, sir, I need the money to buy the latest issue of Fortune magazine." Yeah, so this falls into my little subset of finance artwork. And so I thought that was fun. And this one here, as you can see, a couple of guys walking in Manhattan outside the New York Stock Exchange. And it's got a nice image of that in the background on Wall Street, literally right there on the sign, walking on Wall Street. And the gag is that he's like, "Oh, the great thing about the computer age is that when the market drops, nobody, it's safe because nobody jumps out of the windows like they used to." Because the, rumor had it that some people jumped out of windows when the stock market crashed in 1929. And that, led to the Great Depression. And of course, his buddy says, "Well, believe me, it's still not safe because these days they throw their computers out the window." And yeah, so I was a fan of Dave Berg's art in Mad Magazine. And once again, I bought these two. They're both from the same issue. And I bought both of these plus a third one, which I'm not showing here tonight. And I got all three together at one price on eBay back in 2018. And so they worked out to $53.45 a piece.
Wow.
Yeah. So the whole thing was purchased for, whatever, $160 or somewhere thereabouts, So yeah, so to me, this was fantastic. They all came from the same issue. And this was from a series. Some of you might remember, if you were a Mad Magazine fan, Dave Berg did a feature that was called The Lighter Side of ... And so this probably was, in this issue, it was probably the lighter side of the economy, And so that's why the three pieces I got were, economy-related things.
See, I don't collect stock market stuff, but I do collect New York City-related stuff. So, I would like this panel. Yeah, I would like that left panel just for the whole,
just
Wall
for the
Street
architecture.
Yeah, just the New York architecture alone. I like it for. So, yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's also part of why I like it as well,
Mm-hmm.
And I love, I guess all the little symbolism, of course, the famous building, the Wall Street sign, the street sign, the flag, and then when I go back to this one, I know most people wouldn't care, but one cool thing that I also love is in the first panel, the mailbox with the USPS logo with the eagle on it. I love that because, of course, in our hobby, we all are very familiar with that, We all talk about shipping all the time. We need to ship art or get art shipped. So just that little thing there on the in that one panel is just a lot of fun. And one of the street signs is also in tribute to Max Gaines, Max Avenue. So all these little
just that pinstripe awning, like I love,
Right.
like
it
makes me want like an ice cream sundae or something.
Corner drugstore.
Yeah.
Black Monday, Marcus, was 1987, but yes, there was a Black Monday in 87. That's 20% market drop in one day. And Roby, who still doesn't want to tell us how he pronounces
Oh,
his
he
name.
said it's Robbie.
He did it earlier, but it's way back there.
Oh,
I
did he?
don't know if you're gonna find it. Yeah.
And he goes by.
You may have been showing one of your speeches.
Oh,
but he
I'll try to find it and
R-A-H
highlight it since I
Okay.
have an hour to do it.
Yep.
Sorry, what did he say? Say that again, Jeff.
He spelled it out as R-A-H-B-E-E. So Robbie.
Oh, Ra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Robbie. Okay, Robbie. Dave Berg's magazine art always takes me back to a magic time in my youth. You see, that's what I'm saying. Me too, Robbie. That's it. Me too. Exactly. Also, the RX Pharmacy. You caught that, CJ? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. So anyway, so there you go. Yeah. To me, like the fact that it also, like, if it didn't fit into my little subset of finance art, it's still, I feel like $53 a piece. It still feels cheap, you know?
Yeah.
So the fact that it fits into my little subset, I'm like, wow, that's like a giveaway for me. You know, I love that.
That's the word of the night right there, subset.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I love it. So excellent. So thank you for allowing me that, everybody. And we'll keep it rolling and go to Kavi's next piece, which is Good Night, Honey.
Okay.
Vivian going to bed. So that's who I'm talking to.
Night, Vivian.
Night from Kavi. Night from everybody else who's now going to say good night to you, Vivian. And let me see here. Your next one is yes. We go that 53 would be worth thousands if you put it on Amazon. Thankfully, I don't put every penny I make into investments. And yes, if I did, I'd be a much wealthier person. Absolutely. But some things you just gotta buy because you love, spend money on because you love, hang the future value potential. All right, here we go. Back to the superheroes, everybody. Value in superheroes. Kavi, this is your next one.
Oh, yeah. Love this one, man. So, look, so I think most people are familiar with the Old Man series of stories that that Marvel has done. You know, I think it all started with the Old Man Logan storyline, right?
Yeah.
Within, you know, the Marvel books, but, you know, and then it kind of branched off onto its own thing, right? And then they did other series taking place in different universes. They did Old Man Hawkeye, I believe. This is like the Guardians of the Galaxy version. They chose to focus on Peter Quill and called it Old Man Quill. I believe Ethan Sachs wrote it. I don't remember off the top of my head. I could be wrong about that, but I really enjoyed this series. It wasn't a long series. It was more like a mini, right? Than an ongoing or whatever. But it was a really great emotional. I mean, just like the Guardians of the Galaxy, like modern version of the team and the movies, like it just was a lot of fun, but it also had like a kind of heavy emotion to it, right? Especially due to the storytelling, the age of some of the characters and some of the things that the characters are going through. So I actually picked up 3 pages from the book on Comic Link back in 2019, all for the $90 to $95 range. So I believe this was $95. You get a full team shot in that. The money shot.
The money shot alone is already like $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to me, that bottom full team shot with Rocket, Drax, Peter Quill, Gamora, Mantis, just that whole team shot alone to me was worth the 90-something bucks for it. So absolutely. I also have a thing for that blue graphite kind of shining through the ink, you know, because he lays down the blue graphite and then inks over himself, and you can still see that blue graphite kind of pop. I mean, obviously this is a YouTube slide, so you can't really zoom in to like appreciate the blue pencil and, you know, tremendous level of detail or anything. But yeah, that was another aspect of his artwork on this series and just his artwork in general, Robert Gills, who I would say is another one of those kind of modern guys doing really great work that's underrated, and his artwork's affordable. And I love this page. So, and I love the other 2 pages I picked up as well from the same book. I could have easily chosen one of the other two because they're all $90 to $95.
Yeah.
At the time, I don't know what they'd be going for now or whatever, but
since
I really like the story.
Some of his stuff, there's still a lot of his stuff that, you know,
that's affordable, right?
It's
Yeah,
under $200, and then you can get, you know, really good stuff, splash pages and stuff. Still,
like,
you know,
I bought this in 2019, and the book came out in 2019, I think, right? So
yeah,
somebody must have bought this direct from the artist and flipped it to obviously lightning quickly on Comic Link,
right?
And thought they would make money, and I was happy to get the deal, you know, for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the quintessential example of somebody. Well, of course, for obvious reasons, it brings somebody like Ian Saint to mind. You know, if you're especially if you happen to be a big fan of those characters, even if you were, let's say, just a fan of the movies, but maybe didn't read the books or whatever, you know, but you do collect art and you're looking to collect something cheaper. Perfect there. You love the movies?
Yeah.
Get art like this. Like, look at some of these characters that you
I feel like that's a kind of entry-level example that would tempt a like comic book guy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wow, like that's cool. Like, you know, especially because it's a book that had a lot of positive reception among the people who read those kind of alternate Earth stories in Marvel. So yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, for that collector who's looking to move from just collecting the books to picking up some of the art, that definitely would be a good starter page.
Yeah, I mean, I would love an Old Man Logan page, but those have kind of gone nuts, right? The McNiven stuff and
obviously, yeah. But you know, I look at a page like that, and because of the content, you know, if I was repping him, you know, even given the lack of name value, I'd be putting that exact page on my website, maybe 175 to 200.
Exactly. That was my assumption. I don't know what it was retail, but that was the kind of estimate I had in my head. I wasn't gonna go that high when I was bidding on Comic Lick, and I didn't have to, you know. So yeah. But
under $100. There's another bargain, you know.
Yeah.
And for mainstream Marvel hero art. So
exactly.
So another great example of things that, you know, people can collect cheaply. Okay, let's keep it rolling. We're gonna go to the next one, and that is Jeff's next pick, and this one's gonna come with a little bit of a story. Check this one out, everyone.
Woohoo! Star Wars. Yeah.
Vintage Star Wars. Yeah, probably the most expensive piece we're gonna see tonight, everybody. I believe.
I would imagine so.
This one is my one price exception out of my picks. This was $384.
Right, so still under 400.
Still great.
Ridiculously cheap for Star Wars vintage, right?
And this was Heritage this year, and much like the Irv Novick Batman page, I think this one went under the radar because there were multiple Tom Palmer pages from his estate going in Heritage every week.
Yeah, Robert's got the story, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the other piece of the puzzle. So again, and this was 10 or 11 months after the estate had started hitting at auction with multiple pages every week. So there was some budget fatigue for some of us who were trying to pick up stuff each week. And as Robert pointed out, this was a Jon Carter story that was penciled by Carmine Infantino, was inked by Kupperberg. The series got canceled, and this was sitting in inventory, and someone wanted to save money and some time to repurpose it into a Star Wars story by taking the second female lead and changing her hair and her facial features enough to make her look like Princess Leia. And so they handed it to Walt Simonson, who's, I think, most of his effort. And the one issue Jon Carter story got broken into 2 Star Wars issues. And so Simonson penciled some lead-in pages of the first issue and some closing pages of the second issue and some transition pages throughout the middle. And I think that's where a lot of his attention went. And then Tom Palmer did a lot of the heavy lifting with the Infantino Kupperberg art, either redoing character faces and stuff throughout the story, or literally cutting pages apart and gluing pages back together in different order to try to redo it. And so I think because it feels a little less Star Warsy and definitely more Jon Carter, it may not have appealed to all the Star Wars collectors. And so that might have been another contributing factor to why.
Which, I mean, it's a valid point, but it to me, it's like it's a cool story unto itself for 400-ish all in, right?
Yeah.
If it was 800
money for it,
yeah,
to be
if it was 1200, then it's kind of a weird story. But I think it's great at 400.
I know not everybody likes to do it, but I know on the rare occasions, every now and then, when I've had a friend come over, I only have a couple of friends in the city who are interested in original art. And one of the most fun things for me is like when either they've come here or I've gone to their place and we look at art and the art comes with a story. Like this, right? The whole Frankensteining of the background.
The story behind the production process.
Right. Yeah, that's so much fun to be able to not just look at art, but let me tell you what happened here. This.
And when you throw it on a white box, and you can see where all the white out in the page.
Yeah, exactly.
They change dialogue around in the whole 9 yards. That makes it fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Excellent. All right, and Barry, the most, like I said, most expensive piece tonight at what, $385 was it, Jeff?
$384.
$384, yeah. So less than $400 still for vintage Star Wars, right? Like that's
big copper age, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So fantastic. All right, so my next piece, everybody, is another strip. Look at that. I love my strips, so I that's what I use for my examples quite a bit here. And here, let's check this out. So this is kind of a unique strip in that it's very unknown from the standpoint. There's not much known about it, and in the strip art market, most of the time, most strips would have the month, day, and year on it, and this one has the year 1942, but no month and date. And given that it is World War II era and the content is about World War II, the military, there's a very, very good chance that this was only published specifically in the military newspapers.
Yeah, I would guess that's probably one that may even have been by someone in service, whether he had started as a cartoonist or not.
Well, Ving Fuller was already a known cartoonist, but I can tell you, I happen to know Ving Fuller did get drafted, and he was in there only for 6 or 7 months, I think 6 months, before they let him go. Yeah, so he was.
They would form pools of those guys to do base newspapers that could get distributed at the different bases, or to contribute to Stars and Stripes, which was sort of the broader army-wide publication. And so they, just like they would form army bands with musicians that would get drafted, but then their service would continue to be as a musician, they did the same thing with cartoonists. So I would suspect that this is definitely one from a military paper. Yeah,
exactly. More than likely, Hey, speak of the devil, hey Ian.
Hey Ian.
Ian, just rewind a little bit to see Kavi's Guardian.
Yeah, I told him in the chat that there was a Guardians.
Oh, there you go.
Example. I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes ago, something like that.
Probably for Stars and Stripes, maybe. Yeah, there's just not enough information out there. Even when you try to do a lot of, which I like to do, research on this type of stuff.
Right.
There's just nothing really out there, unfortunately. So I can't.
And to have a World War II subject matter, but also females in service.
Later, Hart.
That's an even smaller subset for World War II military art.
Exactly, and that's like and like Peter says, it's not necessarily Stars and Stripes, because a lot of camps and bases often have their own little newspapers, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, what I like about it, again, I love the fact that it's, you know, from, you know, going back to World War II. I like the gag. I thought the gag was fun. You know, because her immediate superior, her name is Olive Drab. That's why it's called Olive Drab. That's her name. And her immediate superior is like, hey, you know, what do you mean by putting 2 stars on each shoulder? And the gag is that, you know, she had seen some other guy. You know, I saw a man with them on this morning, and I thought they looked awfully cute. You know, she doesn't know the fact that, you know, putting stars on your uniform, you know, have meaning to it. And yeah, so she decided to do it because she's into the whole fashion thing. And if you put it on her own uniform. But I also like it because I got this. So I got this. And just as a little piece of extra info to those of you who don't know, and I assume maybe a lot of people don't know, but Olive Drab is actually also, it happens to be, and this is, you know, it's like a play on words, that is the official name of the color that the military has been using for their camouflage and on their like tanks and planes since World War I. Everybody thinks it's olive green, but it's not green. It's technically called Olive Drab. And it's made by mixing black with ochre. And ochre is spelled O-C-H-R-E. That's the color. And yeah, so that's the play on words for that. And so it's the main character's name as well. Another fun little thing that I can show you is I got this on Heritage 2 years ago, 2023. Cost me $94. And only when I received it, only when I received it did I notice that on the back it had two more cool, fun drawings. So I showed this one just so you can see the size of the drawings for context. But let me show you a little close-up of that. I was like, yeah, that's so fun.
You better have 3 slides for my next page with something on the back.
This is why I was apologizing profusely earlier, Kavi, you know. But yeah, I just thought, again, you know, the extra bonus on the back, that alone should
it's
be
always fun. It's always fun.
$94, you know.
I mean, it's fun when it's fun when they advertise it, and it's even more fun when they don't, like when you don't know about it and you just
And you get
end
the
up
surprise when you open it up.
Yeah. Especially when it's like a surprise. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Holy
Totally.
shit. Wow, that's awesome, you know.
You've entered the bonus round.
For $94, less than $100, yeah, that's for me, no brainer every day, all day, you know. What are you guys talking about while I was busy talking? Cap put one big star on himself. That's true. You might be able to reach out to Stars and Stripes. Yeah, I don't want to go that far, Murdoch, although I appreciate the thought, but yeah, I don't need to go.
Ruben's on a list over there of difficult people that they never want to hear from.
Oh, you're taking off too, CJ. Sounds good, bud.
And thanks for the compliment,
CJ.
Thanks, man. Yeah. B, good topic. Finally on. Too busy. What's up, Steve? And cool. Yeah, I figured you'd enjoy some World War II type stuff as the World War II historian and fan that you are, Peter. And the Drab Dodger.
Ruben is on the list. Yeah.
Oh, man.
The
All
list.
Right. No list. Yeah, so this next one is for Kavi. And this next one's really cool, too. We're back to mainstream superhero art. We don't want to just show that it's only like strip art that's cheap and Archie art. Check this one out.
Yeah, I tried to get as mainstream as I could for the budget constraints in some ways. So this is another, got a shout out Nikki B, the EXP. I also got a shout out Carl Choi because he donated, he and 24/7 Comics and Creees donated this page to a charity auction that Jeff, who is also on the show tonight with us, helped organize along with Tom McDonald on behalf of a fallen police officer in Las Vegas PD, Officer Roscoe, his family. And so we were, I guess, banding together as a comic art community to help raise funds. I donated several pieces to that auction, and I picked up a few pieces. And this is the piece that I picked up on that auction on the EXP for a good cause. So I don't know a lot about the Creees Lee art market, right? This was more about I wanted to contribute to a good cause. So I ended up winning this auction, quote unquote, for this good cause on EXP for $150. Now, is that above retail for Creees Lee on this page? Is it below? I don't know, and I don't really care. It was just I wanted to contribute to the cause so that his donation would, bring a contribution to the effort. And on top of the stuff I donated, and I thought it was a really cool page. I mean, you get that really strong, detailed pencil work, that awesome top panel of Iron Man. And you have him like smashing ahead, right in those two panels, and then you have an awesome Emma Frost panel as well. So
and
to be honest, for $150, I really can't complain with this, and it all went to a good cause as well. So it's like win-win-win all around. I think for me,
triple bonus.
I really had fun with this one.
Beautifully rendered soft pencils.
Okay, so Carl is in the chat and he's saying that it's way below retail. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that, but I'm very happy with that.
No, that was a great pickup when you got that during that show for a good cause, right? So
exactly.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely what I consider a bargain. Yeah, it's in that nice price range where most people who don't have big budgets can afford.
It's essentially a brand new book, 2024, right?
Yeah.
But really nice pencils.
Beautiful
really
pencil. And it's Iron Man, so well-known character. Mainstream Marvel. So absolutely great stuff.
Yep, and a big thank you. A bunch of the people in the chat took part in that. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but last time I looked, it was over $5,000. Got put into a fund that's going to go to scholarships for the two sons that were left behind. So
very good, very, very good,
fantastic. All right, we're going to move over now to your next piece. And I just want to tell you guys, I'm feeling incredibly faint because I haven't really eaten much, and I can tell I'm starting to sweat.
Dude, I wish I had a snack right next to me too, right now.
Yeah, so this might be your, you know what? You're my guest as well. So Kavi, use this opportunity. I'm going to put the art up. I'll have Jeff start talking. I'll hang around. And you go take the opportunity to go get yourself a little something to just the munch.
I don't need to. No, I'm good. I can hold out.
Yeah. It's like I'm sweating, and not from the heat, so I know it's going to.
If you need to, feel free to get something while
the two of us will just keep talking till you.
Low blood sugar.
I can highlight comments, so we're good to go.
Yeah, that's true. It's just because this piece I've got this is the one with the Star Wars, the Cowan with the three different. I'll hang in for this one.
Okay. Or this will give you a longer window to go run grab something.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me pop it up first. Here we go. Yes. Star Wars Jedi of the Republic.
Or Star Wars.
So we got to pick 10 pieces. Obviously, 20% of them are going to be Star Wars for me. This is one of those examples that I'm going to say the words, but not get into the debate about the words. But this was penciled by Dennis Cowan, was then inked by Roberto Paggi on a separate board over Dennis's blue lines. Yes, I said blue lines. And in this instance, I picked up both pages from Comic Link. Oh, no, I take that back. The pencil page from Dennis I got for $110 off of Comic Link. And then the ink page, Roberto's repped by Comic-Con Art, or was at the time. And in 2022, I bought the ink page for $120. So combined, both pages came in.
You want me to pop up the inked page real quick?
Yeah, let's pop up.
There you go.
So combined, both pages for $230. So not a bad price at all.
And I think we got a side by side here of the pencils and the inks. There we go.
Yeah, and I believe there is a third slide showing both of them together.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, I just popped.
So can't complain. Again, newer artists in terms of Roberto.
Quick spoiler, sorry.
Yep. Newer artists in terms of Roberto, but an established artist with Dennis Cowan. I was super happy to pick up the page. I got multiple pages from this book now, in part because after talking to Big Philip Thompson, about the work he was doing with the Collections in Black exhibit and I believe upcoming tabletop book and documentary and the whole 9 yards.
Already highlighted those, Rubén.
Oh,
it
sorry.
Thought
I'd help.
No worries.
It was nice to pick up a black main character drawn by a black artist and have that work represented in my collection, which doesn't always happen as much as we would hope. So yeah, it was great picking up both of these for just over $100 each.
So Jeff, I missed the part about the inks. So that was from a dealer or a rep?
So that was from at least at the time, and he may still be. The rep was Comic Con Art.
Okay. Gotcha.
And so it was through them when, and again, he may still be rep by them, but it was through Comic Con Art. The rep at the time, and then the Dennis pencil page was through Comic Link, and then at the last OAX he was a guest, so I got to take a couple pages, not this one, but a couple pages to go get signed in person by Dennis, which was great, and I talked to him about the process. So,
cool.
Yeah, can't be any more pleased to get Star Wars art. On my budget.
And can I say, because I wanted to wait for this this piece to come up, because I wanted to say something that, to those people who Marcus is playing the role of right now with his last comment, to those of you out there who like, okay, let's say you're into the pencils and you have the pencils and you feel like, oh, I would prefer to get the inks as well, so just to have them both complete. Don't do what I have done. It's one of the mistakes I have done over the years is like when you see, for example, on that third slide that we had here, right, where you see that, okay, he got the pencils for $110 and paid $9 extra for the inks. Don't fall into that trap of thinking immediately, oh no, that makes no sense. Oh, the inks are more than the pencils. Forget it. I'm out. What you got to look at it as is, did I get the pencils for a fair price, right? Or was it even undervalued? In other words, if this artwork was inked on top of the pencils on one board, right? And it's got the content that I like, right? So let's say I know the artist's market value. Well, if this page would have been, I don't know, $250, would it have been a $250 page or a $275 page, right? Well, but what am I getting it if I get the inks together with the pencils, even with the fact that I paid a little bit more for the inks and the pencils together, they come to $229. Is that within the range of what I thought they would have been worth, if it was just on the same board? Yeah, it's cheaper. So it doesn't matter. Don't get caught up in the fact that one was more than the other. It's not the one that you think should be worth more. Bottom line is together $229. Did it come out to the same or cheaper than you would have paid had it been on the same board? If the answer is yes, buy it. Because then in your head, if you're keeping track, like if you take notes, right, if you keep track of what you pay for everything you buy, once you buy it, you can write it down as $229 for the pencils and inks. And if you want to, you can even decide the pencils are worth $129 and the inks were $100. You know what I mean? You can do it whatever way you want it in terms of splitting up the value. All that matters is together, was it at $229 together? Was it worth it to you? If the answer is yes, buy it. That's it.
Right.
You know,
there's also just $19 worth of fun in reuniting those two. To be honest. Like,
exactly.
Well, and my thing is in this particular instance, the situation of having separate pencil and ink boards is Dennis's style is very loose, and he has a very distinct, bold pencil line. And to have an example of that hasn't been inked over and partially erased during cleanup and everything was definitely worth it for me. And as you said, combined the total, I still thought was below what I would have paid.
Right.
Where I would have placed fair market for both of them.
Right. Which is my whole point, right?
Yeah, because I think the Dennis one went a little light in the auction.
Exactly.
But it was another situation where a handful of them are all hitting the market at the same time. So
yeah.
Technically, you're right, Marcus, but I'm just making a play on I wouldn't pay more for the inks than the thing. There's a $19 difference, and that to me, that's $19 worth.
Exactly. He knows that, though. He knows what you're talking about. No, but it's good. I'm glad he brought it up because, like I said, I was gonna make that point even if he didn't say what he said. I wanted to make that point, because I made that mistake in the past. It's similar to that mistake that I've made, and many people still make, when like you're buying what you like to collect, right? And then the price goes up after, let's say you've been paying more or less the same price for a few years, right? And eventually the price for that art goes up. Suddenly, you see somebody else come out with some pages, but it's like at a premium to what you've been paying for the few years. So suddenly your instinct is to go, oh, what the hell? I'm not paying that. That's too much. I pay this much usually, And then you let it go because you want to kind of stick to your guns. And then later you realize, what the hell was I thinking? So stupid.
Because it stayed at that value or even increased further.
Yeah, the price. I've been paying the same price for years. So at some point, the prices do have to go up. So it's kind of like sometimes it takes a lot of collectors time to wrap their brains around those increases when they happen.
Right.
That's what
the answer to this question. I don't know. If it's no, then it's unite, not reunite. But whatever, same deal.
Reunited, and it feels so good. I don't know. Anyways, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, because Dennis had the boards in one location. Roberto had his boards in another. I don't think they were.
I think for me, those kind of scenarios are case by case. It's like, do I love this page enough where I want to go spend the extra to do it, or am I just content with the pencils? That's my level of love for this page. Is just like, okay, I like the pencils. I have the original line work. I don't need the inks. And then I've had situations of both where like I said earlier, like Mark Morales, every show I ask him, is he willing to sell these inks finally? Because for that page, I love it enough to where I want to, Right. But there are scenarios where, where I just like, nah, that's cool. I'm good with just.
And there was a point where Ario stopped doing traditional pencils.
Yeah, exactly.
And went digital. So there is only the one physical page out there being the inked board. So.
Word.
All right.
I think you're up.
Excellent. All right. So, the next piece is mine. And you guys know, I've mentioned this before. I was away from comics from 1993 to 2001. When I came back, I was looking for something non-superheroic. And this is the graphic novel, the OGN, that got me that I found the first thing I read when I came back. And it got me excited to be back in reading again. Check it out. So On the Road to Perdition, Oasis. So there was an original OGN called On the Road to Perdition, and that was drawn and inked by Richard Piers Rayner in a very, very beautiful photographic heavy, reference heavy style. And then the sequel was written and released I don't know why, but they released it initially as 3 novelettes as opposed to 1 OGN. And so this is from Oasis. This is, I believe, the first of the 3 novelettes. And yeah, man, it's Jose Luis Garcia-Lopez, inked by Joe Rubinstein, which I'm not a fan of. you know, he did some good stuff in his career back in the day, but for the most part, I'm not a Rubenstein tends to Rubensteinize everything. So it looks a little bit. You think they're great? That's great. I'm glad you like them. I mean, they're fine, but I find they take away from García-López's style. They're a bit too strong, too overpowering a bit. But anyways, yeah. So I love all this whole On the Road to Perdition series. This was great for me to get because I was able. Exactly. I'm with Peter. I was able to get these directly from Jose Luis at 2019 Terrificon. And this is on one board. So this is how he drew it. He drew them on one board, two story pages to a board. And what he would do is he would sometimes offer both of the pages. So, one board with 2 pages on it as is. But then he realized that, hey, some people don't want to have to buy 2 different story pages. So he would cut them up. He would slice them down the middle. And what he would do is he was offering these boards with 2 story pages for $160. Or if he cut them up, you only had 1 story page. So it was exactly half of that price. So $80. So it was either $80 for 1 story page or $160 if you had 2 story pages on the full board. And that's what I paid. And I believe to this day, you can still get these pages from Jose Luis at that price. So to me, that's a bargain for something that means a lot to me. I really love it. I love the story. I ended up loving the movie that was based on the novel. The first.
I love that movie. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. I love, again,
farmhouse.
The time period. So of course we get the main character is there with his son. That's what I love about the one on the left. So great images of Michael and his son. And then the one on the right, like we were talking earlier this evening, the great vehicle, right? The automobile, the 2 wooden wheels ditched into that snow dump there, and the farmhouse that they drove to. So yeah, really fantastic stuff. And yeah, to me, again, it's the first thing I read when I came back to comics after being away for many years, and I love it. It has a special place in my heart, and yeah, to be able to get nice art pieces from it for such cheap, affordable prices, less than $100 per story page, $80 a piece. Yeah, to me that's just a no-brainer. So yeah, I have to get them. Yeah.
Yeah, just the car alone, I love so much. Just that one shot of the car, bottom right.
I gotta say, I do enjoy getting consecutive pages on one board. It doesn't happen often, and I know some people like the bigger art by having the page on a full 11x17. But Matt and Sean Philbach, friends of mine that drew the Clone Wars Digest comics. For Dark Horse, the digest books are smaller, and so it was natural for them to do 2 pages on a single board and just save boards. And
I have that Perkins Elektra movie adaptation page that are 2 pages on one board that I got from.
That's
Rubén.
right.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's fun, Yeah, unfortunately, did anybody mention while I was gone for Phil that I think he's watching with his live stream feed is probably on. Yeah,
he must be in the middle of the show somewhere.
Yeah,
right.
He may have started.
And he's not going to hear what we say now until it's over. So
right. Yeah.
But at some point, if he catches up, there's that little
maybe in the chat. But yeah, I mean, maybe he's just enjoying being behind. That's totally cool.
That's all right.
But we do appreciate those comments when you get
absolutely, Phil. Thank
you, Phil.
Yep.
I don't know. I wouldn't call myself a car buff. I love illustrations of them, but I'm not a car buff, so I don't know. Is that a Ford Model A, guys? Does anybody know?
I would have to look at it again, but I probably still wouldn't know. I know Model T is like the most well-known one, right?
Yeah.
Model A, that I don't know if I'm smart enough for that.
Sorry. But okay, let's keep it rolling. And so we're going to go from here. We're going to go back to Kavi's next piece. And yeah, this one similar to like other things that I feel are like an IP that's super undervalued, given that it's been like more than a full generation since this stuff started coming out, and given that it's a worldwide property, yeah, this stuff is dirt cheap as well. You can get this stuff. All right, let's check it out.
Oh yeah, man. So I still remember the day I got my Sega Genesis for Christmas that year. And my mom was working at Macy's during like the holiday season, like a part-time, seasonal job, because they need more staff during that like busy holiday season or whatever. And so she got like the employee discount at Macy's on like the new hot, video game toy of that season, the Sega Genesis. And of course it came with the Sonic the Hedgehog video game, and like instantly me and my little brother were hooked. And the rest is history. Like Sonic's kind of always been a part of pop culture ever since then, right? And it has never stopped, from the games to cartoons to all sorts of merch and toys to now very, very popular live action movies that do gangbusters at the box office. And so this is a great page. Obviously you've got a lot of Sonic content, but you also have his sidekick Tails on there. You have the Emerald Stones on there, which is like, a major part of the sort of Sonic lore in the world of Sonic. And what's really cool is you get this has like one of Jeff's pages had the pencils, inks, and the colors all on the artboard, right? This is the case here as well. It has the actual pencils, the actual inks, the colors, and the lettering all on one board, and it's pretty much printed as the artboard is reflected, which I find really cool. I picked this up in 2023 during a Comic Art Live online convention from another collector who had two pages. So I made him like a combo deal, like a combo offer, combo lot deal. So I ended up paying $62.50 for this.
How much?
$62.50.
$62.50. Holy shit. Like, wow, man. That's just ridiculous. Ridiculous.
So still have a lot of like love for the Sonic franchise in general. Still randomly will play a game every once in a while. I saw that new movie that came out, I think last year was the newest one. I saw that in the theater.
I think so, yeah.
I believe so. So very, very happy to pick this up for $62. They're not color guides. Has the original pencils and inks, and the colors were all on the same board. There's an acetate overlay for the lettering, but that's it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. $62.50. Holy crap! And it's not like you can say, it's not like somebody can say, well, but it's Sonic from the Sonic comic, but it's got no Sonic on it, or you know what I mean? Like it's
the other page in the deal had no Sonic on it, but it had a crazy cool shot of all the Chaos Emeralds. Right. You know what I mean? So it still was like very lore, Sonic lore specific. And cool. So it was. But this was the page that made the combo offer kind of worth it to me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So,
already 27 years old as well. So it's already
exactly
ago.
I always find some fun, cheaper stuff during these Comic Art Lives. So I always appreciate those for those kind of finds and pickups.
Oh, it looks like Phil somehow caught up. He noticed Marcus telling him to hit the.
Well, he's at least chatting back and forth in real time. Right. Maybe not watching in real time. We'll see.
Right.
So in the screen, down in the lower left corner, it should show a little live indicator, and if you click on that, it'll catch you up.
Yeah, I think if you see a gray dot, you click the gray dot, and then it refreshes and it turns red. It has to be red for you to know that you're on time, basically. when you're not,
I don't know what the other page would be in the, because I don't remember what they were originally advertised as. Each. I just remember making a combo deal with those two and like a few other things, right? Some cheaper illustrations or whatever. So it's kind of like I only did the math on the cost of that page based on the 2 Sonic pages, but I don't remember the total for the 2 Sonic pages. I just have that in my spreadsheet as the number. So
for that particular one.
Yeah, for that particular page, yeah.
Well,
but it was definitely cheaper. It was definitely cheaper. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Phil, I just want to say, if for whatever reason, if you can't figure it out, if you're seeing this, you can always, worst case scenario, just hit the refresh on your browser, and that'll get you up to speed. All right, fantastic. No, that's a great one, Kavi. And again, shocking to me, given again the worldwide property and
dude, and some of the like black and white Sonic art comics, the ones that don't have the color on the same board, like some of those title pages and stuff, they look great, like from other comic runs that they've done. It's still really affordable. So
it's just shockingly affordable. Amazing. The other page had everything on it for 20,000. This was the throw-in page.
I wish.
Excellent. All right. Fantastic. So from there, we move over to you, Jeff. And your next one is, I love this page. It's so nice. Not so familiar with
I know which one it's going to be.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Nice.
Woohoo! X-Men art. So Garry Brown did a run on X-Force back in 2021. I really liked a different page, I will be honest. This was when Cadence was representing him, and there was a mix-up, I believe. For those who don't know the behind the scenes on how art reps work, not only is stuff sometimes listed on the website, but they're also selling at shows over weekends and stuff. And it is hard to have 100% inventory control across all platforms. And I believe what had happened was the page that I purchased online actually sold that same day live and in person at a show. Yeah. And so they offered me either a refund or replacement. And, I said a replacement would be fine and let them pick. And this is the one I got. And super pleased.
Oh, you let them pick?
You let them pick?
I did let them pick.
Wow.
They told me
living dangerously.
Hey, sometimes you just spin the barrel and see what happens. But
you are from Vegas. You are from Vegas, yeah.
Right. Because the website wasn't current. They said that they were going to have to get back to me, and it was going to be maybe a week or two later before they could tell me which pages were there. And I was like, just give me something equivalent. The original page had been a 4-panel page layout. I did have one caveat. What I wanted out of it was this particular iteration of Marvel Girl with a nod back to her original or early X-Men costume, her second costume.
Yeah.
And so I was like, as long as she's on the page,
I love that. Yeah.
Then
that's cool.
But because my thing was, if she's not on it or not on any of the remaining pages, then I would prefer the refund. But as long as she's on a page,
that makes
then that would be acceptable. Yeah. So it wasn't total roulette pick, but and this is the one that came, and so Garry Brown did a lot of great
roulette with a qualifier, basically.
With a qualifier, with an asterisk. And so these pages were all listed between $275 and $350, but it was Black Friday, Thanksgiving weekend, 40% off sale. And so, and I can't remember what show was going on at the same time, but that brought the price down, under that $200 limit I was shooting for this show, in terms of my picks. And it's great. So, I've got nostalgia for vintage X-Men, but can't afford vintage X-Men art.
Yeah.
And so there are these periods where there are throwbacks and nods to the earlier eras in the newer books. And this was one where I could revisit that character and that nostalgia for her from the older books in this new series. So very happy.
Yeah, Rick, I gotta say the same thing. And you know, props to the colorist, because I really like the colors as well, and that's not something that happens often. I love what the colorist added to the reflections in the pool, right, of water. Yeah, just the general overall green lit lighting inside the cave is really nice. But I love all the especially in the top panel, all that. It's so organic, man. All those inking, all that inking up there is so beautiful. And yeah, I love seeing Marble Girl in that original costume. That's fantastic. Love it. So
yeah, there's a lot of inkers that have caught my attention over the last few years.
Remind everybody what you paid again, Jeff.
Oh, and so this one, well, since I don't know exactly, because I'd actually paid for the other page, and this is also a few years ago. So this was
by the math you said earlier, I'm guessing it's probably in that 180 range, right?
It was either would break down either 170, 180. With the sales price, but since I don't know what this particular one was originally listed for, I'm not exact, but somewhere just
somewhere in that
range, right? Yeah.
And again, that's the 200 and below can get you a lot of really nice art if you're willing to get away from the fixation on vintage, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you come into
I prefer a Neil Adams.
Right.
Well, I don't even know if I would prefer it. I mean, I really enjoyed this page too.
Yeah.
So would I like to also have a Neil Adams? Yes.
Yeah.
But this works for
less than $200. That's really
for my budget, and still
it's great
makes me happy when I see it in the portfolio. Yeah,
great value for the money for sure. It's great.
But you had to deal with cadence, according to Marcus. That's the drawback.
But
hey,
nobody knew anything
for a
about
long time. I had very.
It was great for a while, right?
Yeah,
it was great for a little while there, but
yeah. It's always great until one day suddenly it's not, right? So there's no way to know that that's going to happen. So
well, and actually, just a quick little aside, I bought a Robert Gill Star Wars page,
right,
during a drop that got shipped and was delivered to an Amazon warehouse in North Las Vegas, not to my address.
Okay.
Oh, I remember this. You telling me this story, I think, at some point.
And there was no way to contact
Cadence,
that particular Amazon warehouse. So I talked to the guys at Cadence, and they're like, it's not your fault. It's not our fault. It's the shipper's fault. And, you put in a claim, and we're going to put in a claim, and we'll get it all sorted out.
I mean, I had an issue. I had an issue once with Cadence where two commissions were more than a year late. And they refunded me, and then I ended up getting the commissions later.
Well, and so this was about 2.5 months before I did this X-Force page, because it was the same year. And so, I was like, well, we'll put the claims in. We'll see how it all sorts out. And then the X-Force page happened, and then 2 months after that, the Postal Service, which was not even the original carrier, delivered the Star Wars page. It just showed up out of nowhere 5.5 months later.
That's crazy.
And so I don't know if it just sat on a shelf at the Amazon warehouse until someone said, hey, this isn't something we're supposed to have.
Look, the day I can go on Amazon and buy comic art is never.
Right. That is the roulette game I will not play.
Little did Jeff know, Cadence was next to Jeff on the strip. Yeah. All right. Let's keep this rolling. And I'm next. I believe I'm up. Yeah. All right. So, again, no surprise here. So Adventures of Superman, a Tom Grummett Doug Hazlewood page. You'll first notice that there is no Superman on this one. And like the first one with the blue Superman outfit, this one cost the same thing. I bought it probably in the same package deal, and it also cost me $200. So the first thing some of you may be thinking, well, the other one had, blue Superman in costume, and that's $200. Why would you pay the same price for this one when it only has Clark, Lois, and Jimmy, and nobody in costume? And well, it has to be more expensive because this particular one comes from an earlier period in time.
Sure.
Very, very soon after the whole Death of Superman thing happened.
Yeah.
And this particular issue is the one, for those of you who might remember, like I do, more from the thinking about the covers of the issues. This is from the issue with the cover that has Superman and Superboy flying, blasting towards each other, about to collide in midair.
Cool.
So yeah, so it's a very popular time in Superman's history. A page with Superman in costume from this issue would be a lot more than $200. So that's why the out of costume is going to cost you $200. Why do I love this? Well, I love it because I've always been a fan of the ultimate power couple. I've often said, Clark and Lois, one of my favorite comic book couples of all time.
Just like chocolate and peanut butter.
So yeah, so that's fun on its own. And then I also love that it's got probably the most important, important or well-known other supporting character in Jimmy Olsen on the page. But what I really love about it, more than even just those things, is that as a lifelong music fan, in the first couple of panels, Clark and Jimmy are talking about music, and they mention specific artists by name. And, DC often has a tendency for some reason to always make up fake names, like fake names of the cities and countries and stuff. So I was surprised that they didn't make up fake names for the music artists. But they mentioned Axl Rose, and as a big fan of Guns N' Roses, of course, that alone was like cool enough. I was like, okay, Axl Rose mentioned. They mentioned like Lyle Lovett, Prince, Winona Judd, I think. I can't remember. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Goo mentioned it in the chat, but when I first saw the page, the thing that drew me to it was that whole like speaker sound system setup.
Yeah, I love in the second to last panel that they're kind of sitting around. It reminds me of when I used to go and hang out when I was in like my early 20s or in late teens, and go to hang out at certain friends' houses. And that's what the basement looked like, the stereo system, right? A bunch of crap all over the floor, and just got all the CDs and tapes all over the floor. Yeah, man. It's just like, just good memories and good fun art, So there you go. For $200 for me, this is like a steal. It provides so much fun for me, so much more than $200 worth of entertainment, So
definitely.
So there you go. And thank you for handling the comments while I spoke.
I figured that makes sense.
Yeah. I can't do comments while I speak.
You can't talk and do it at the same
time. Yeah. I appreciate that. So, so you're caught up all the way on the comments?
I'm caught up all the way. It's some good comments about grunge Sinatra.
Oh, cool.
Judd Nelson, subwoofers being greater than Subset. I don't know. I think Subset still wins.
Thanks, Pat.
These are the new ones, Pat and Phil. They're talking about other shows that they're watching, I guess, in there. Yeah.
Awesome. Actually, Sinatra. I think Sinatra is another one that was mentioned on that page.
Yeah.
Sinatra. Yeah. So that's fun. So okay. Let's keep it rolling. And just so you guys know, everybody, for all you viewers, we are down to our last couple of pieces for each of us. All right, and Kavi's up next, and for a big love in Kavi's life, not only Sonic, but this is another one right here, baby, right here.
Oh hell yeah! This is I think this is, So I this is probably my favorite of the picks that I submitted to you, Ruben, for this show.
Nice.
Just because, I mean, it comes from that prime Mirage Studios era. It's not the main run. It's Tales of the TMNT, but this was kind of a mini run that was coming out in between like issues of the main run. It started coming out in '87 with Lawson and Brown on the pencils, but it was written by Eastman and Laird. And I don't know if you have the slide with the back of the artboard, but I
do. Let's talk about the front though first.
So
let's talk about the front more, yeah.
Well, it's an awesome title page. It's on duo shade board, which, you know, that's just a very key signature of the era, right?
Yeah. For that title, for sure.
Of these titles and those creators. It has, it's not necessarily a first appearance, but I think it's like one of the earliest appearances of Complete Carnage, which is, you know, they kind of experimented on this title and then brought in a lot of these villains that they were working in this title into the main title, right? Okay. So I don't remember or exactly like what the first appearance is, but this is arguably one of the first appearances of the character. Obviously, you don't get a real close-up shot of him, right? It's very, very distant, right? But I just love that whole scene. I love the title treatment. I love the Eastman and Laird. Just seeing that Eastman and Laird presents to me was worth the price of admission. And I paid $130 for this. From $130. Yeah. So I won this on Comic Link in 2018 for $130. Wow. Yeah. So look, I would love to get a Eastman and Laird original run page. I'm definitely still looking for one, but I don't want to spend like 5 figures on one. And I want it to be good, you know. I don't even want to spend half of 5 figures, to be honest. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to trade for one, I think, at some point, like sacrifice some of my existing art to try to get one. So we'll see what happens down the line. That's not going to be for the budget show, though. I'll be for a different show. But this is totally for the budget show.
Yeah, and by the way, can I just say, Kavi? By the way, it's not even like this is like 2016 or 2000.
This is Vintage Mirage Studios. The first few years of it.
Yeah. So, 4 years. It's only 4 years in, and I remember I was buying TMNT and I was collecting the Tales of the TMNT.
And to be honest, like the stuff on the back, it's like very simple, but I think the stuff on the back is worth $130.
That's what I wanted to say. I was like, when I was making the slides, I was like, oh, the bonus is worth 130 whatever.
The bonus is definitely worth the price to me, and then I get the whole title splash as well.
Check it out, everybody.
Yeah, so the back you have turtle doodles from Eastman, from Laird, from Lawson, and from Brown. So I don't need to get Eastman to sign it. He's already signed it and done a turtle head doodle. So yeah, like I said, I would pay $150 just for the back today. I would, you know. Yeah. So to have that on the back and have that complete title page, it's one of my favorite pieces that fit into this whole budget art category in my whole collection for sure. Like I love this one.
Yeah, to get that page, but then, you know, what would it cost you to walk in with, you know, that comic issue and then pay to get 4 remarks and signatures? Yeah, it would the same or more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say to you, Kavi. Right? It's like for me, I was when I saw this, I was thinking, wait a second. Like if I walk into
Peter Laird doesn't do shit, you know. He doesn't do shows. Like
exactly. Laird has nothing to do with it anymore. He doesn't even own it. He sold his ownership stake, right? So So I mean,
he is collaborating with Eastman a little bit on that last Ronin book that came out. You know what I mean? So there is a little bit of a relationship there.
Oh, they're still friends for sure.
Yeah. But but he's not. You know, it's not. He's not accessible to get stuff.
That's right.
From, like
that's
right. Yeah, you're gonna have to hunt him down at a Starbucks to get something like that.
I'm just thinking if you came up as a Turtles fan, and now all these years later, that's 1988. All these years later, you walk into, let's say, a convention, and you're looking at somebody's table. They have some art, whatever, and let's say you saw that back as just a blank board, and it just happened to have these 4 remarks with the signatures, right? And there's nothing on the other side, and it was priced at $150. I think there's a lot of Turtles fans who'd be like, "What the like?"
Yeah, that's like $35 per per remark and signature or something.
Yeah, and you could see it's an old board, so you'd be like, this is period. But it's actually on the back of an actual published splash. Like, it's crazy. To me, that's what a giveaway.
Title splash, it's from the 4th issue of a small mini that basically was the like testing ground to see what things would connect or whatever and bring them over into the main run and stuff. So I love that. It's probably my magnum opus of budget art pickups, for me, for what I like. I love that. That's it's a good. I don't know if it's the last. It's not the last one. I think I have one more, but I love that one. That's one of my favorites.
I have to tell you. Usually, I try to put often I try to put whatever I think the guests like favorite. What I think their favorite probably might be, to keep it for last. But on this one, I was like, well, I'm gonna put my favorite. I was like,
I don't care what order you put it on. I'm just saying, like,
I knew you would love that one.
You got to think that was me in my 2nd year of collecting art.
Yeah,
winning that on Comic Link, being like, holy shit,
holy cow,
man, like I'm gonna run into these deals every week.
Every week.
I have not gotten a Mirage Studios page since then. So,
yeah, exactly. All right, so this next one is Jeff's next to last piece, the penultimate piece, and tell us about this. This is cool. I dig this.
This is the only Sunday strip I own.
And you only tell people you only recently started collecting strip art at all.
Well, so I had some Star Wars strips a while back. I ended up selling them when I refocused.
I don't really count
on the interior pages. But in terms of this kind of newspaper strip art, it's been. I don't think it's been quite it'd be just over 2 years that I really started paying attention, because it was San Diego before last, so it'd been 2023. And so this one is another 2025 pickup. This one actually came off of Hakes, and we can talk, Marcus, because I wouldn't mind.
Good old Hakes.
Yeah, but came off of Hakes, so throw another auction house out there. This strip ran from 1926 to 1956, so a 30-year run in the newspapers. Charles Doc Winter was the writer and artist. I paid $19.80 for this.
I'm sorry. How can you say that louder, please?
$19.80 for this platinum age.
Does Hakes have like juice, or like what do they have? I never won anything.
The buyer's premium.
Yeah, it's like 18% juice. Yeah.
Got it. So it's with the buyer's premium. I can't remember what the price would have been with shipping, because I actually won a handful of comic strips.
Who cares? The point is,
$20.
The point is you got an 87-year-old Sunday strip for less than $20. Like, what a joke! What an absolute joke! Holy shit!
So can't complain at all. So for those that don't, since I'm now flush with comic strip artist info, trying to research all this stuff, Doc actually was known for 2 main strips. The first one was Tubby, and then which was actually very similar in format to this one, following a group of kids with the main protagonist, and then Elmer, which kind of picked up where Tubby left off, just with different names for all the kids. But he also contributed to some of the early Thimble Theater strips where Popeye later emerges. So, yeah, I mean, to pick up a pre-war Sunday strip for $20. I was ecstatic.
Like
to
Rick pointed out, same year as Action 1, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And again, for those that are new, if you want to pop me back over real quick.
Yeah. Let me.
It's big art.
Okay.
I'll go full screen on Jeff. Oops.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So that's basically it's 11 by 17 if you reoriented it. And so the Sundays were running, a third of a page or a half of a page of the printed newspaper page at the time. So yeah, it's just fantastic. I will say that one of the subsets in terms of the comic strips I've been focusing on are strips with dogs in them. This one didn't have a dog in it.
Did you say dogs?
Dogs.
Dogs.
Yep.
That's pretty. You should be
for
able to
$20. This was a great Sunday example to add.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, even if it didn't have a four-legged critter in it.
A ton of fun for $19 and how many cents? Like
38.
That'd be awesome. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Does the back have sketches of Superman? Well, of course
it doesn't. But wouldn't that be nice?
By Joe Shuster for $20.
Exactly. We didn't think to mention that though. It's just because who cares? You want to focus on the Elmer strip,
Yeah,
But,
I mean, he drew Superman and then Bob Kane signed it. So
right. But also, just because we didn't even mention it, it's great because it's cheap and it's super old. It's got that history behind it, but it's also a really fun strip. If you read it, the gag is really funny too because it looks like something that you think you know what's going on. Really cleverly written. The dialogue is incredibly clever because you see the girl here. Let me just quickly put it back up here. You see the girl in the first panel, and she's telling them, "Okay, come on, guys. Like, who's gonna? We're gonna be late for the party." And both boys are like, "Yeah, says you."
Start fighting.
And they start fighting, and so of course you think,
and the winner gets out of it, right?
Well, you're thinking obviously which one we're fighting to take the girl to the party.
Yeah.
But the gag is at the end in the last panel, you find out they're being very chivalrous and very honest, and they're good friends. So they were fighting to say, "No, I insist you take her." That's what the whole gag is. They each wanted to be nice and let the other friend take her to the party. So it's really fun. It's a lot of fun for Jesus Christ, not even $20. What a joke.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of good fun to be had there. So it is. I love it. But okay, so my penultimate piece. Again,
if Jeff wasn't there, what was the previous bid increment? Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I was the only bidder.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I think on that the Sunday I was the only bidder. Some of the other pieces I was the second bidder.
Yeah, and
out of the group of strips I got,
in many ways that makes sense. The interest level for that kind of stuff out there isn't the same as
the
other stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It just is what it is.
Just to answer Peter, see, that's the thing. So Sundays, and it depends. It depends what strip you collect because, different strips. The artists worked on different size boards. The further back you go, Peter, you tend to find that the artists used to kind of like comic book art. The artists used to tend to use much larger boards, both not only in the Sundays but also in the dailies as well. They were longer horizontally.
Yeah.
I have like a partial Sunday where like even the partial Sunday it's just so wide it won't fit into. Yeah, like I need like a 20 by something for it to fit. It's crazy.
But then the problem is that it's only taking up about a third of the page.
Yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
So for all of these, what I'm doing is I'm chopping mylars. So I'm getting the oversized mylars.
I'll be right back.
So I'm cutting them the long ways so that it's sealed on two sides but has the open flap. And then I've got an archival box. And so they're going into the archival box and the Mylar sleeves. And then when I want to look at them, I can just pull them out and lay them on the table. And
like a short box of Mylar strip art, basically.
Yeah,
or?
basically. So they sell art and art print, archival boxes, the metal edge boxes. And so that's how I've approached it.
I feel like I've seen you share that somewhere. Maybe it was one of the Bill's shows or something.
Yeah, what would be great is if they did like a 10 by 22, a landscape format portfolio, which would be great.
Mm-hmm.
But
so I just wanted to show, I don't use Peter. I don't use portfolios for my strip art. I have them just stacked all on top of each other in Mylars. So this
that's what Jeff was saying. He's got a Mylar system in an archival box.
Yeah, this is my entire on-stage collection.
Here, I'll full screen you. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Mary Perkins on stage. So I just keep them like this, one to a Mylar. Let me just give you an example. You just hold one up. That's it. So
are you cutting those yourself, or are you buying them someplace? Did Jeff Singh sell you those?
Yeah, I got these through Jeff Singh because he was getting them made.
Yeah, I need a few of those because
we all need a Jeff Singh.
Yeah, well, that's yeah. I need a few Jeff Singhs and custom cut Mylar makers.
He's putting 2 strips on a portfolio page and then using museum corners to put them in place. And so, if you've got an oversized portfolio and don't want all that extra space and don't mind taking the time to do the museum corners, that's another good answer there.
But
was that 2 mil, Rubén, or 4 mil?
I don't even remember.
It looked just by my eye, it looked 2 mil to me, but I don't know for sure. Yeah,
I don't even remember. But they served my purpose. And
who was the artist on that strip?
Leonard Starr.
Leonard Starr. Okay.
Leonard Starr, yeah. And yeah, so I just keep them stacked. My entire strip art collection is in that same stack that I grabbed from. I mean, I don't have a ton. I don't know. I never counted, I don't think, but like maybe 100 to 125 strips total. So my whole stack, it's on my bookshelf, and it's about that. The whole collection fits in a space that tall, So yeah, so that's easy enough for me, and I don't have to worry about because they don't make portfolios that are designed for strip art, So it's kind of like Jeff was saying, you can kind of put some of them in some larger ones, they'll fit, but then a lot of the page is empty. I don't like it, So I just keep them not like that, and that's it, So that's it.
See, I don't have enough for a stack or a box. So it's like I just deal with what I have and put it in the oversized portfolio. Yeah.
You see, even Peter says, yeah. So mine are in an 18 by
same thing what I do. So
exactly, you got to get a huge portfolio, and then you have all that extra annoying space. Exactly, Yeah. I did not spit out the window. There's a screen there. Why would I? I'm not going to spit through the screen. Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So let us move on to the final pieces for each of us this evening, I believe, right?
I thought you had one.
Okay. Sorry.
You have one more, and then we start.
My second to last one. Right, here we go. Another strip, everybody. And this combines my love of strip art with music. Once again, there's that music thing, another subset. Check it out. So this is a strip that was being published back.
I love this. The Cure is like one of my favorite top 5 favorite bands of all time.
I think the rarity of Iggy Pop with a shirt on,
and
probably where all the value is.
I was gonna say, for me, he was the least important act on this strip. But I thought, Mike at NSN Art's gonna love this because he's like a Iggy Pop guy. But look, I grew up as a little, very young kid in the 70s, hearing ABBA all their hits on the radio all the time. So, you know, I play their greatest hits in the car all the time. So that was fun to get. I'm a Cure fan, Robert Smith, big respect for him. Went to their concert last year or the year before. So that was a fun time.
Nice.
And yeah, I just want to say his voice still fantastic. Unlike many guys who have gotten older and just they can't sing anymore. Yeah, so this strip, no, it is the stuff. Yes. This artist, he's from the UK, but I've heard he's always at San Diego every year. So yeah, you can get these strips. He brings, I don't know how many he brings, but he brings some of these strips with him every San Diego. And yeah, so again, it's basically because I love music and I love strip art. This combines both, and I just really, really love it. And I did get this for ABBA, but also for The Cure. And yeah, so I want to keep collecting this. I really love it. It's just a lot of fun. It's a great little side subset for me. And so this one, I picked it up on eBay 3 years ago, so 2022. And I got to tell you, I own a few others. I think I want to say 3 or 4 other examples of Diary of Rock and Pop. And I basically paid around $150 for each of them, which I already find, for me, given everything that they give me, I just find it so affordable. This one I bid on eBay, and I probably my top bid was probably something like $200 or $250, because it's worth it for me at that price even. And I ended up getting this one for a whopping $42.66, because nobody else gave a shit.
Nice.
You know? Yeah.
So do you think that's the original list price in the lower left corner?
Let me see. Lower left.
The 51 dash?
No.
Oh.
No, because that's a weird, you know.
Yeah, is that like a date or something, or I don't know.
I don't know, sure what that is, but if you look like in the top right, if you look at his actual signature right in between ABBA and Iggy Pop, you see how he signs it, and then underneath it looks like it's a 68 there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is, because in the top right corner, penciled in a circle, is also 68. So in strip art, sometimes they used to number them to say, well, this is the 68th strip in the run.
Right.
But they usually only did that when they weren't dating them. This is dated, which is why it makes it weird for me, you know? Yeah. So it's April 21st. So there's no reason to keep dating, using that numbering system. So I don't know what that means.
I think you may have just gotten some competition for these in the future, Rubén, because I might have to dip my toe in.
Yeah.
So I'm not familiar with this at all. Was this a newspaper strip, or
this is my first time being made aware of this.
Yeah, or was this in a trade magazine?
No, it was. It's a newspaper strip, but as you would imagine, it only had very small circulation. Like it was probably only in like 4, 5, or 6 type newspapers, kind of thing,
right.
You know. And it lasted, I think it started in 86 or 87, and it ended, I think, in like 93, I want to say, you know. But I want to keep collecting, you know. The funny thing about it is, so the artist Steve McGarry, when I started buying them, I was like, oh man, I love this. And then I found out that he was going to San Diego every year. I was like, oh. So I managed to find them online. I get in touch, and I'm like, hey, can we buy art from the Diary of Rock and Pop directly through you, like through the mail? And he's like, sure. You know, which artists do you like? I was like, I go, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I like way too many to mention. It would be much easier if you could show me what you have, and I would be okay if you just like spread like 5 of them on top of each other, like on the ground on your living room floor, right? Batches of 5, and just take quick photographs with your phone, just to give me an idea of who the artists are, what they look like. Because I said, look, not only for me is it about the artist, sure, but in many cases, I really like your stipling technique. So I'm willing to buy strips, even if I'm not a big fan of the musician, as long as I like how you drew the artist, you know? And so it'd be easier to do it that way. And then he ghosted me, and I never heard from him again. So I was like, okay, clearly he doesn't want to go through any trouble at all. He's only willing.
Did you? How did you reach out to him? Through email on his website or Instagram? Robert said he's on Instagram, so I don't know.
All I remember. Oh, thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I remember Googling, and then through Google, I did find that he had his own website. So maybe it was through his website. But I checked. I tried reaching out. I went to the website to see if he maybe had any listed on his website. Literally in the last week or two, and he had no more original art listed. So I was like, you know. So I don't. Did it make any? You know, is it any point for me to reach out again? I don't know. You know. So yeah, it might be worth your time if you want. If you're willing to give him, you know, your favorite musical acts or whatever, it might be worth your time, and you know, you might get something really, really great, right? Caught more and more competitive to get. Isn't that? Yeah, look,
if they ever materialize, right?
I was very aware, guys, that when I picked that one, I was like, shit, should I include this? Because Kavi, not only like most of us, we all like music to certain degrees, and you know, more or less.
You showed a Guns N' Roses. I worked with Slash. I was like,
yeah, I know, and that's why I was like, shit, if I show it. Not only do most people love music, but in your case, Kavi, I was like, Kavi has worked in the music industry and is in the industry. You know, so it's kind of like, man, if that's
true. That's true, Rubén. But in a way, that keeps me from going too hard into it.
Okay,
because it's like because I collect for different, you know, the reason I got into it was more about the comics I read, right, and the comics I like, and music. Comics, there isn't a ton there, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I have a few music related pieces and everything, but like specifically within comics, there isn't much. So that's why when, you know, I learn about a strip like that, it is very interesting to me.
Yeah.
That it exists, you know, whether I end up with any art, who knows? But yeah.
And Marcus, if it was well drawn, I absolutely would take one with Anne Murray, actually, believe it or not. Yeah, so there you go. I'm not getting this. What about Murder Falcon? How does that tie into what we're talking about?
I'm not sure.
I never read it.
Me neither. What are you talking about there, Robert?
Maybe that's another music connection.
I don't know. Is it? I would take Barry Manilow. That's why I told the guy, I can't give you a list of artists. There's way too many I would be willing to have on my strips. Like, you know? So
I'll have to go back and read that
comic by DWJ. Yeah,
okay, that's like a really early DWJ.
Yeah. I knew that was a DWJ comic, but I didn't know that it was based on rock and roll. That's what I didn't know it was a music-based comic book.
He's a guitar player.
Okay. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks, Compton. Excellent. All right. Anyways. Let us keep it rolling. We'll get to the last picks for all of us here, guys, so we can all get out and go to sleep and get ready for work tomorrow. It'll make you cry? Jesus, wow. Okay, I might have to put that on my...
It is like I've heard nothing but rave reviews about that book from people. So
yeah, I've heard good ones too. Yeah. I don't think I've heard It'll Make You Cry. That's pretty sweet. I'd read it just for that. Now I'm really intrigued. So yeah, I might have to add that to my tablet. We'll see. Okay, let me. Yeah, you're going to encourage me to not read it, though, Marcus. You know.
That's my favorite Beatles song right there.
There you go. Awesome, Rick. I love that. Okay, so Kavi, your last one, and okay. I did also like you. I did love that Ninja Turtles. But I just this was really closer to my heart.
But so I mean, by process of elimination, I know which one it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this is so fun for me, and it's for the price. It's ridiculous. So I love this. So yeah, tell everybody about this.
All right, so this is a 1987, I guess what they would call a puzzle activity pinup, right? Which was a common occurrence, either crossword puzzles or other kind of little fun activities for kids that they would build into the comic books back during this time period for Archie comics. And it's a Veronica title page in a way, but it's not connected to the story, so you can't really call it a title page. So I just call it a pinup, right?
It's still a specialty page, right?
Yeah,
like
it's Veronica in like throwback fashion, almost like, you know, a bikini fashion-ish, you know, literally on a pedestal, and that's the answer to the crossword puzzle, is that Archie puts Veronica up on a pedestal, right? And then she's literally up on a pedestal. I did pick it up from a dealer for $75, I think, back in 2020. So yeah, that's. And look, I love a lot of the Archie characters, but I would say that Veronica, the relationship between Veronica and Archie is like my favorite thing in those books. Betty's great too, but yeah, I'm more of a Ronnie guy, I guess, and especially in what I go after for collecting. So yeah, a nice, fun, cheap, vintage 80s Archie pickup for 70 something bucks. So yeah,
fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And for those people watching, listening, who don't know, believe it or not, Archie comics artwork that have, you know, sexier, if you will, images of the two main girls, they are very well collected now, and especially the older you go, the more people want them, you know. And people will pay good money for images of Betty, Veronica, sexy. So in other words, it could be regular clothing, but maybe sexy poses, or it could be like this, where they're in bikinis, bathing suits. People will pay up even into the 4 figures for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I know the cut corner. You know, the cut corner is a little distracting, but I'll take it. I love it. This is just, you know, I can't say I have any other like activity page. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like where the whole purpose of the design and the art was so that kids or whomever can do a little quick puzzle activity. Yeah. But also related to the title and the characters. It's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Come on, Archiekins.
It's so funny. Like just the puzzle itself, the text in the trade dress of it, or the title treatment of it. It's just a fun.
And that's got to be what, 3 cents a letter for that indicia.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
Look at Market says this will cause a lot of activity.
Oh yeah.
With idle hands. Yes, sir. Man of White. Yeah, no, fantastic. And by the way, I just wanted to hit back. Let me see, where is it, Peter? Where was your comment here? Hold on, Peter.
White, indicia.
No. Yeah. Oh yeah. So he said that indicia is crazy. So I looked at it up close, Peter. The indicia is not really the indicia. That what you're looking at there is the statement of ownership. And if you don't know what that is, in the old comic books, every 6 months, every 6th issue of whatever title you wanted to read, I remember, especially I was a big Marvel guy back in the 80s. I was always curious, even back then as a kid, as a teenager, you know, how well certain things were selling compared to others. And the statement of ownership is what told you the average amount of copies being sold every month over the last 12 months. And they would by law have to publish it every 6th issue. And for whatever reason, and Archie, they ended up in the Marvel comics, they would put it in a very like a vertical column that took like 1/3 of the page from top to bottom. Here they just did it in kind of like a horizontal format that looks like the indicia, but it's the statement of ownership that talks all about how well the Archie comics were selling for that last previous year. So that's fun.
Cool. I did not even know that, so I appreciate now knowing it. So yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. All right. So now we get to the final two for Jeff and I. And before you guys think, I know most show and tell type episodes, I do sort of keep the best for last, whatever. I did not do that in terms of like, oh, showstopper type thing. With Jeff and I's last piece, I just thought, again, it's like mind-blowing quality for the price. And so I just wanted to do that and save it for that reason. And that's it. So Jeff, you get to go on your last piece.
Woohoo.
All right. Here's Jeff's final one for the evening, everybody. Check it out.
It's a little Annie Rooney strip, 1935.
Wow. Predating Superman.
Predating Superman. And I paid a little bit less for this one than the last one, since this was a daily and not a Sunday. And so this was $19.58. Again, off of Hakes. It was the same auction.
Okay, cool.
So with the success of Little Orphan Annie, there were a lot of Little and other Annie take-off strips.
Rooney.
I'm sure there was probably a little Andy Rooney. He would have been of the right age probably at the time.
Probably, yeah.
And so this was a series that, although it started off mimicking Little Orphan Annie in its own right, it ran from 1927 to 1966. So 39 years of continuous publication. That third panel has shellac-like coating on it that sometimes they would use for different toning effects. And so I think that was because of the way she's lighting that lantern.
That would have just been Zipatone, a sheet of Zipatone.
Zipatone, yeah.
Well, no, this one's actually painted on there. Because it is aging and it's that yellow color, but it's a sheen that you can see it under the light. It's not actually a sheet of zip.
Oh, interesting.
You can see the brush strokes in it where the guy painted it on.
Yeah, you're right.
And is this standard size like that other one, or is this oversized?
So this is a little bit wider than the last one, but it's not as tall because it's just the single row of panels. Single panel, yeah. Yeah. So this one I think is like 5.5 by 20.5, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Daryl McClure was a crazy character in his own right, being the artist. He was the third artist on the strip in its run. He started off when he was young. His mom pushed him towards the arts. He went to the California School of Fine Arts for 2 years and got a job in the 1920s with an animation studio, and it didn't last very long and it didn't work out, so he became a seafarer.
Nice.
Went to sea as a sailor, working for contract jobs, and then at some point while I was back home visiting, he met up with an old friend who said, you really should get back to your art stuff, and hooked him up with King Features Syndicate, where he became an apprentice comic strip artist, and then went from there. I haven't actually looked for this one yet, Peter. It is my intent, because of this little exercise for the show, that last Sunday that we looked at, that I picked.
Sorry, Jeff.
It's so late that a Troy McClure comment is going to make me go off the rails. Sorry.
I would not expect anything less from Marcus to throw a Simpsons reference in at this part of the evening.
But Jeff, I also, we haven't, again, like some of the other ones that you showed, I also wanted to make mention, and it's kind of part of the main reason I wanted to show this one last, because wonderful, 1935, 90 years old, fantastic, of course, I love that. But for a style that was what you would consider cartoony, it wasn't often that cartoony styled artists in the strips would go to this level of detailing within the lines. You know what I mean? This is just phenomenal illustration. I mean, to go through all that trouble, like the back of the grandma's chair in the first panel, the
details around the fireplace,
look at all, it's just amazing. The last panel, outstanding work. Really beautiful stuff, and you can get stuff like this, and you're getting it for, again, did you even make the official pronunciation of the price you paid?
$19.58.
$19.58. What a joke! Oh my God. Yeah, I mean,
32 or 22 cents cheaper than the Sunday.
So I picked up 2 of the little Annie Rooney strips, dailies, plus the Elmer Sunday, and there was one other comic strip. So ended up getting 4 pieces out of that Hakes auction that were all comic strip art.
Amazing. And in case anybody is wondering, I don't know if you know, but so Little Annie Rooney, first of all, it was a song from back in the late 1800s, I think like 1889 or something like that, which at the time was, for many years, it was considered very, very popular. And then in, I believe, the mid-20s, when the Chicago Tribune Syndicate started the Little Orphan Annie strip, that took off in its early days. That was super, super popular back in the day. And because of its popularity, much like has happened in every industry since then, the King Features Syndicate was like, well, let's come up with our own sort of similar sort of thing to Little Orphan Annie. And since the famous, not only was the Little Annie Rooney the name of a famous song from 30 years or 40 years before, but in the 1920s, there was, when they were still in the silent film era, Little Annie Rooney was a very well known movie of the time. I'm not sure how much any of you guys know about actors of that silent film era, but there was a very, very famous actress named Mary Pickford, a Canadian, by the way. And Mary Pickford, not only was she famous, but she was a little side tidbit, the first actor to become a millionaire. They got her to play in the movie Little Annie Rooney, which this strip started a few years later, but it didn't quite exactly copy that movie.
No, actually, the song and the movie have no relation to the strip. It's just that the name was familiar to people, so they borrowed it for the strip.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so there you go. Just some fun extra little tidbits. Rubén asked that strip guy if he had art with the guy who sang that. Actually, like I said, I think it's 1889, the song. And yes, Hulk strip. Yeah, well, Hulk and Spy. You're not really a strip collector if what you're getting is just superheroes. You're just basically buying comic art, as far as I'm concerned. But whatever. But you can get some affordable ones in the strips, as long as you stay away from John Romita if you're going for Spidey. Go for all the other artists. You can get affordable stuff. Shirley Temple kicked their ass. 12:30. You get on with the art. Well, I got one more to go, Tom. Don't worry. And
I hear you, Tom. I'm fading, man. I'm fading a little bit.
And yes, Peter, that's true. She also was one of the founders of United Artists. That's very true too. Yep. Thank you for reminding me about that. So, all right, let us get that off. All right, excellent. All right, so we'll move right into the final piece. It's my final piece, and again, much like Jeff's final piece, this is nothing like, it's not like it's my favorite piece of the evening or anything like that. I just randomized all these picks, and this is what sort of came out as the last one. So let me show it to you. I figure I'll end on a superhero note, though, because most of you do prefer superheroes. So check this out. So this is Action Comics 1069. It's from 2024. I bought it about 3 weeks ago. So it's a very recent purchase. And so why did I buy this? It has no Superman on it. Well, I have always been a huge fan of the aesthetics. As I was mentioning earlier this evening, fashion from the earlier era of the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s. The Gwen Stacy look was always a big favorite of mine, right? So the late 60s, early 70s with the short skirt and the headband.
The headband especially, yeah.
Sorry, Kavi?
I said, yeah, the headband is like that signature accessory for her.
The accessory,
Nancy Sinatra boots.
Yeah, the Nancy Sinatra boots, exactly. Love that look. Just a sexy look, very beautiful, very pretty, very cute. And I don't know why, because I haven't read this storyline, but that woman right there, looking very Gwen Stacy-ish, is Lois. So not sure if that was just, is it part of the story? Did Eddie Barrows, this is Eddie Barrows, did he just want to draw her that way? I don't know. I have no idea, but I was attracted to it immediately. He has fast become one of my favorite, if you put aside, my love for Perkins and for Grummett, Barrows is my favorite contemporary artist. And so I've been getting into his art recently, and it's a bargain.
The pencils especially are just so affordable for the original line work, for the quality level.
Yeah. The pencils are so gorgeous. And I've told you, Kavi, privately, and some other friends, to me, Barrows' pencils, it's not in the same style of Gene Colan, because he does all this intricate line work, cross-hatching, just absolutely stunning. But at the same time, he basically pencils or paints with a pencil, where not only is he doing lighting techniques with the cross-hatching, but he's just doing different shades of gray that are not going to be captured in the inked version, unfortunately, but he still loves it. He loves doing it that way, so he does it, even knowing that after it's inked, it'll disappear. The inks can't obviously capture the different nuance of the different shades of gray, right? But just fantastic stuff, beautiful. I love the penciler, love his work. And again, I just wanted these beautiful images of Lois dressed like this. And I picked this up, as I said, for the low price 3 weeks ago, only about low price of $125. So to me,
and this is one where you didn't pick up the inks. I sorry if I missed that.
I didn't pick up the inks. In fact, I didn't see them, so I believe they had already been sold.
Interesting. So some other buyer bought the inks only of this page.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me, because I usually prefer the look of the finished art. So I have often bought the inks, but not the pencils. But with Eddie, with Eddie, I make an exception. I really, again, the inks. I really love what Fajeda does with the inks over Eddie's pencils. But he, inking. Nobody can capture the different shades of gray with ink. You just can't. It's physically impossible, no matter how good the inker is. And so that's why for Eddie, I make an exception, and I do prefer going for his pencils now.
Getting a Barrows piece has been on my sort of target list. I don't know what I'll end up with, but I'm sure it'll be excellent, because it's pretty much all excellent that I've seen.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And like a lot of Brazilian guys, he has changed and experimented with different styles over the years. So if you go, he's been in the business 25 years or something. And obviously, if you go back and look through his entire career's work, you'll see a progression, right? Of different styles, constantly changing. But this is his latest style. This is what it looks like right now, and I love it, man. I want to keep buying some more. It's beautiful, and it's very cheap. I don't find it just affordable. I find for the quality, I find it cheap. So there you have it. Like shooting fish in a Barrows. I love that one. So that ends tonight's awesome episode of, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it started off as a It started off as an episode, the 79th episode of Comic Art Show and Tell. But then when I realized at the last minute today, like, you know what? We're kind of trying to teach people something here. You know, yeah, we are showing a lot of art.
This is episode 1 of a new series.
It might be like a sub-series, which I put into the Comic Art 101. Much like the sub-series Stop the Insanity, you know, and Now Hold for the Gold, you know. But yeah, I put it under Comic Art 101 because, yeah, for me, it's more about the lessons I'm hoping to, you know, a few people out there kind of take away from tonight's show. It's not, you know, I'm hoping somebody takes away more about what we talked about, lessons that can be learned about different ways of collecting that doesn't have to cost almost anything, as you hopefully learned tonight. Yeah, to me, that's what tonight's episode was about. More so about that than just, oh, let's look at some, you know, fun, cheap art or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, hopefully.
Well, I think more than anything, the episode kind of brought out other reasons to collect things.
Thank you, dude.
Know, than a lot of the other episodes, I think.
Yeah,
you know,
I would think
for us, and that's going to be different for a lot of people. But yeah.
Yeah, I did not watch Weapons, Marcus. I don't know if I want to watch it badly enough to go to the theater. To be perfectly
I saw
honest.
Weapons. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Oh, I have a feeling it's going to be good. Yeah.
I'm not like I usually wait to see horror movies at home, not at the theater. But I went to it theater and I saw it. It was good, really good.
Hey, speaking of real quick, I know this has nothing to do with tonight, and maybe we'll talk about it next week and next week's hangout. But I did watch a horror movie 2 nights ago. Was it 2 nights ago or last night? I can't remember. 2 nights ago. The Monkey. But like, we'll talk about it next week maybe. But yeah, I don't know if any of you watched it, but what the fuck was that? Like, whatever, stupidities. Anyways, whatever. But I got some stuff to say about it. It's just, I don't get it. It's so over the top. I couldn't tell if it was meant to be over the top or if they just did a horrible job. And rather than be scary, it was like ridiculous. Like, it was so bizarre. And only after it ended did I find out, oh, it's based on a novelette by Stephen King. I'm like, what? Okay, that's weird, but all right, yeah, whatever. Anyways,
almost like a third of the movies that exist are based on something Stephen King wrote.
That feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Weapons movie reminded me of Uncle Buck. What? Weapons is not a comedy. What are you talking about? I love Uncle Buck, by the way, and John Candy, excellent stuff. But like, I don't know what you're talking about. How does that make sense? Do
you have the promo thumbnail for next week, or is it just a hangout?
No, I didn't make one. So yeah, no. Why does Rubén waste his time that way? Because a little write-up I read, I took a chance. I knew that it, you know, probably wasn't going to be great, but I just wanted to take a chance. It was only 90 minutes. So I was like, let me give it a shot, you know, whatever. And yeah.
You're the one that told us that we would wrap early today so you could watch a movie. That's what you said.
You know how that always goes, guys. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, guys. Thank you, Jeff, Kavi, both of you, my friends.
Fun show. Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm glad you guys had fun. As it should be. And sorry, what was that, Jeff?
It's fun, as it should be.
Oh yeah, no, exactly. What's the point if it ain't fun, right? So thank you everybody for watching. We had a really good crowd for most of the time. It obviously dropped off over the last hour, but up until then, it was really, really surprisingly strong crowd, more than I expected. We'll see what the rewind guys decide to do or not. But ultimately, like I always say, what matters is for us here live. I do care about you, rewind people, but ultimately, it's for us. It's not as the fun's over. Once it's over live, it's over. So that's what matters most to me. And yeah, man, appreciate you all. Don't forget next Friday, and yeah, be back for a hangout next Sunday. Bring whatever movies you guys want to talk about. I'm going to try to catch a few flicks this week, and maybe we'll talk about those. Maybe we'll talk about some comics. I'll try to read some comics. And yeah, there's something about artwork in the last few hangouts that when I did 3 in a row a few weeks back, we never sort of had artwork stories to talk about. But even you guys in the chat didn't really bring up anything about artwork, really. There's not much that happens, as I mentioned, on a week-to-week basis in the art hobby. That's why there's not always something to really talk about art-wise.
Next Sunday is New Jersey Comic Art Con, which I totally forgot about.
Oh, is it?
And since I just went to Terrificon like 2 weeks ago, or less than a week ago, like last week, I might have to either pass on that or go and not spend money, which is kind of sad, but it is what
you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do. But yeah, man, thank you again, everybody. Yeah, we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about next week. And if you do have art related shit, like, it's not like I'm avoiding it. If you have stuff to talk about, original art wise, I do have something very kind of serious that I want original art related. I want to talk about. I don't think I want to do it on a hangout episode though. I think I may do another one of those. Maybe my third episode of or is it my second episode? The State of the Hobby episodes. Yeah, I have some thoughts that I've been thinking about the state of our hobby, veering more towards the negative than the positive. I'm usually positive on the future of the hobby, but I got something on mind. So, but I think it's a topic that we could probably talk for a long time about. So I'll probably dedicate a whole episode to that.
Yeah, wait till 1 a.m. after next week's hangout episode, then do your serious episode right after.
But all right, thank you guys. Thanks. Sounds like a Matt Kennedy spiel. Yeah. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks again, and yeah, have a great week, everybody. Later, and yeah, we'll catch you next Sunday at the usual time, same time, same channel, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Peace all, and as always, go blue.